Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
All
Hey, how's it
right,
going?
we have got some new faces, some old faces as well. Welcome to the Moroccan drivers, Saad and Tariq. How's it going, guys?
Good. You?
Everything
Pretty
is well.
good.
You know, Tariq, we were remembering Saad last week because I recognized it from the track. Are you guys
Oh, really?
teammates?
Oh, no, we're not teammates.
But you know each other, right? From the different tracks.
Yeah.
Yes.
Amazing. We have got Andre. What's up, Andre?
Hey, nice to meet you guys.
You too. Where are you joining us from?
I am based in the United States, but right now I'm visiting in Romania.
Ah, that's right. Yes, we spoke on the DM, and
Yep.
you mentioned which part of US was it that you were near?
California, near the Bay Area.
California. Oh wow, is that near Daytona, or am I mistaken?
I believe, well, Daytona is somewhere around there, but I think the
Okay.
closest one to me is the Sonoma County Raceway.
Right. And in terms of karting, there's a couple of tracks you were mentioning as well, right?
Yeah, so I don't usually go to karting in the US. It's too expensive. So I usually, for the price I'm paying for 1 hour there, I stay an entire day here in Romania.
Yeah.
So I usually go to tracks around Transylvania, which is the northwestern part of Romania.
Amazing. Well, welcome. And we've got Mail. Is that correct, Mail?
It's pronounced Mail. It's French, so I understand if it's complicated.
Welcome, Mail. It's always
you.
nice to meet different drivers. You're joining us from France, is that correct?
Yes, exactly.
And
It's a pleasure to be here.
which tracks are your local ones? Is it? Are you based near Paris, the capital, or?
No, I'm based at Lyon, which is more in the south, near the Alps.
Yeah,
And,
Lyon.
I have a few tracks around, so I go often to the ones around there.
Gotcha. I believe there's some kind of fitness championship going on in Lyon. Is that correct? European Fitness Championship.
Possible. I have no idea. I'm not.
Okay. No, I just
don't have any news of that.
I was following it, and actually, one of the videos I saw, the guy was saying this is in Lyon and things like that. Welcome, though, and we've got Harry. What's up, Harry?
Hi.
Harry, where are you joining us from?
London, so UK.
Amazing. Harry, you compete in Club 100, is that correct?
I'm completing like the reserve championship whilst I wait to move up, because it's the juniors is very like a lot of people want to join it, like always full.
Yeah. And you've been doing some racing recently as well. Which tracks have you been going to?
So I did Wilton Mill last month, and then
Amazing.
I was at Lyd Raceway yesterday.
Lyd, was there a round there? Official round?
It was an official race, and then there's I think also the seniors are there today.
Amazing. Welcome. We've got Tom joining us. What's up, Tom?
Oh yeah, hi.
Tom, did you join us from last week, or is it your first time?
My first time.
Amazing. Where are you joining us from?
Zimbabwe.
Wow. Where exactly is Zimbabwe on the map? I'm not familiar.
Yeah, it's like Africa area.
South or north?
Sort of central.
Central. Wow. I know a driver called Kieran. I believe he's got some connections to Zimbabwe. Is there karting in Zimbabwe? Do they have a track?
Yeah, not much, but there's a few.
That's amazing. And how is the community there? Is it rentals or two-stroke?
Yeah,
what's the karting
just
scene
rentals mainly.
Awesome. And have you been doing any of the competitions there, or you just sort of practice in your spare time?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've been doing some like rental leagues and stuff.
Nice. So they have some kind of championship going on there.
Yeah. Nothing big though.
Amazing, amazing. All right, guys. So we've just waited a few minutes there. If anyone new joins, then we'll just admit them in. For those of you who are joining for the first time, we're going to run through about an hour and a half in this session, going through all the different footage you guys have submitted. The main thing is we've got a lot of footage to get through. It's about 5 different submissions. And I need to know in terms of time zones, who is, overstretched. I mean, we had Ian from last week join at 2 a.m. in the morning. So we tried to prioritize him first. Is there anyone who it's quite late for you at the moment? Just let me know.
Me personally, it's just that I'm gonna watch a football game later on. But if someone has a much better important things to do, then they should obviously take place more than me. But just saying.
Yeah, no worries. Anyone else have prefer to go first? So we'll get started with Tariq.
Yeah, I don't have a submission, but I will have to drop at some point. So I will try to make the most of this, and I will hopefully have a submission for next week.
Awesome. Welcome, Marcel. How are you?
Hey, good evening. Yeah, I'm good. I have no camera on this PC. Sorry.
No, it's all good. Don't worry. Welcome back. You joined us last week.
Yeah, cheers.
How was the practice through the week? I think you went to the track again, right?
Yeah, I shot 0.44 seconds of my PR. Thanks to your tips. Really, it was really good.
I'm really happy to hear that, because we went over a few things, and the footage you submitted this time is from that PR session. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Super. What we'll do, we'll analyze over that shortly, and maybe look for some more improvements. How about that?
Oh yes, please.
Let's get started with Tariq. I'm going to share the screen. Let me locate your footage first. So, Tariq and Saad. Saad, did you submit some footage?
Yeah, I did.
Amazing. Let's do Tariq first, then let's go to Saad. Let's just find it though. Here we go, recording one. All right. Talk me through it, Tariq. This is a sprint race, it looks like, again.
Yes. This was in February in a track that I'm not familiar with as much. It's called Ben Sleeman VGK.
Okay.
And it was the last. This was the finale race in Group B, because I failed to qualify in Group A.
Okay.
And I started 4th out of 12 drivers.
Amazing. VGK, is that correct?
Sorry. Yeah, VGK. Yeah.
Saad, you submitted some footage from here, right? Before.
Yeah, it's my local track.
Awesome. Welcome, Zubair. What's up, Zubair?
Hello.
Zubair, we've just got started with some footage. Hang on in there. We're going to get to you, hopefully, to get some questions and discussion going, all right?
Okay.
Super. So, P4.
5 actually.
Sorry, P5. What are your intentions now as you start the race? What's the target?
I have the intention is that I will be racing in the second group, so I have nothing to lose, and I will just go on, and I wouldn't be I will be less reserved in my approach to the race.
You just want to go forward.
Yes. Yeah.
Amazing. So decent start into turn 1. Nice move, beautiful. So straight away, I want to rewind there, because whenever it comes to turn 1, lap 1, at this moment, are you thinking I'm going to dive bomb? I'm just going to go for it?
Yes.
Yeah, awesome. You have to be like that on lap 1, especially when somebody opens the door as much as the driver in the blue did. Take your position on lap 1. And what happens is you want to try and stay on the bumper of the guy in front. So you pass the guy, cover the switchback, get onto the bumper in the guy in front. Talk me through the rest now. Good start?
I realized I was 4th, and I had to push furthermore to the guys in front of me. That was the thing in my head.
Yeah.
Here I a little bit messed that up, I guess. But thank God I looked up, and I looked behind me, and there was a bit of a gap.
Yeah, that was a very good save. Actually, what happened? You went deep into this corner?
Yes, I should have brake it earlier. So what you see in this point here in the apex, I should have gone kissed the apex. So
on the inside, yeah.
On top of it, by mistake. Yeah.
Was it quite an understeery kart you had? Because you're putting a lot of lock on, and the kart's just not turning as well.
No, I think the car was all right. Just since I messed this one up, I believe that must be the reason. But I didn't really pay much attention to the steering actually.
Awesome. Welcome, Stevie. What's up, Stevie? Can you hear us? Stevie, just hang in there. We're just reviewing Tariq's footage, and then we're going to come to the rest of you guys. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Stevie, you joined us last week.
Yes, I did, yes.
Under a different name, is that correct?
Yes, it was Mr. Pears.
Mr. Pears, that's it.
I'm trying to find my way round.
No, you're welcome. We're just reviewing Tariq's footage from VGK karting over here, race start. So, Tariq, the guys in front, in terms of pace, how far off you were in qualifying in terms of lap time?
The guys in front of me actually did pretty good qualifying. The one in the second place in the first position were actually pretty good. I think they were they did maybe 1 second best.
Oh wow! Okay. Do you think that's down to the karts, or they're just good drivers?
I would say quicker drivers, because more experience on the track. They've done they have better experience on the track. The second one, especially the guy in the first actually works in the track with his dad. The guy in the third, not so much experience, but he also does 2 strokes, so he had all day, on the track.
Yeah. This is really good. On to lap 2. What actually happened, if you rewind towards the last corner, I think this is, you get a nice exit out this corner, and technically this is what, P2 and P3, right, in front?
P3 in front.
P3 in front. How do you attack this? Do you want to be aggressive over here, or do you want to wait for a gap and maybe pass through?
The idea is I want to work with the guy in front of me. That's why I pushed him a little bit down here. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, there we go. Onto the back straight. Yeah, it's smart to work together. You don't want people from behind to catch up and then, spoil the battle. Staying nice and close. Welcome, Jeremy. What's up? Can you hear us?
Yep.
Awesome. We're just reviewing VGK Tariq's footage. We'll come to the next guys after. We'll have a chat, right? So this is a 5-minute clip. Is this just the race start that you submitted, Tariq?
I'm afraid my GoPro turned off before the end of the race, but when it turned off, I stayed in that position until the end.
Awesome. We're building up to something. I can feel it.
Actually, I have a question about that. So I just had I'm just coming from a race today, and I have an Insta360. It filmed about 3/4 of the race, but then it just turned off. Do you guys have any sort of feedback? Like, what could I be doing wrong with these devices that, like, my GoPro also always turns off during the race? What's going on?
Honestly, in my experience, it's because I haven't charged it 100% in advance. Also, the battery wear, especially in GoPro, depletes over just a few months, actually. I remember buying a pack of batteries brand new. Within 3 months, from 1 hour of use, they would die down to 30 minutes. And now they're down to 20 minutes. So it's all about buying a new battery. I think that's what I found. As long as you buy a brand new battery, within the first month, you can really use the full capacity, like 1 hour, maybe 1 hour 20 if you're lucky. And then it's just, wear and tear.
Yeah, it's a new camera and it still has 30% battery. So yeah, not sure.
Yeah.
It might be the storage, or it might be it overheating, because my friend, he puts this in a case and it overheats and it just turns off naturally. That might be a reason why. And it might be, if I don't know, you might have a screen on yours. If you just turn off all the things, but you can go into the settings, turn off all the extra things. All I use is the flash, the button to show that it's going, and
Yeah.
turn off all the screens after like 5 minutes. So then it uses all the battery on the recording and not on the screen.
Yeah, my GoPro lit on fire when I was driving.
Seriously? How did that
Yeah.
happen?
I had to go into the pits. It was quite scary.
Wow. And was that a helmet mount or which mount was that?
A chin mount.
Whoa. So you saw it in front of you?
Well, I mean, I more felt it than saw it.
Were you okay after that?
Yeah, no, it was fine.
Yeah.
I got the helmet off like quickly.
Amazing. So yeah, try to have new batteries, turn off any unnecessary settings, and then make sure it doesn't catch on fire. Out the final corner, just going back to Tarek again, a nice exit, pressuring the top three. Sorry. And now you're looking to make a move because I feel you're faster, or you're signaling again, actually.
Oh yeah, I'm still looking to work.
Awesome.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah. How many laps was this race?
I think 12 laps, something.
12
or
laps.
10.
Okay.
10, yeah.
It looks like P2 is just slightly slower, or he's defending, and that's why he's losing time. Because P1 is way up now, at least 3 seconds.
Yeah, P1's doing pretty well. Yeah.
Wow, down the inside. Did he make a mistake, or did he let you through?
To be honest, I wasn't even planning on making the overtake.
Yeah. You're just on your line.
Yeah, apparently there was a gap, and I was just faster on that gap, and I went on with it.
Then you tap on the back of the helmet, signal, let's push me, let's go forward.
Yeah, and he did a pretty good job at it. Yeah, he did.
And look, you're gaining through the high-speed stuff over here. Right onto the guy's bumper. So, are you trying to pressure the guy in front now?
Yeah. Trying to overtake him and
comes close.
What I did. Yeah, I did say I'm sorry, but I don't know if I made a mistake here or not. I'm not actually sure because he was
inside. Beautiful, job done. Right. So the key moment is, I guess you're talking about, is over here, right? Where?
Yeah, this is my best. I'm faster in this one because I brake as minimum as possible. He didn't brake as he braked pretty hard. Yeah.
And that's how you actually end up bumping him, because.
Yeah, because I have
a
better brake in here.
Yeah, I that doesn't look deliberate. That just looks like he's braking too much and you didn't anticipate it. What happens is, because I don't know how the stewards are in your race. Do they penalize push to pass, or do they look at these kinds of things?
They didn't penalize me. No, I didn't get any penalized. What do you think about that? Because I feel like that when you said something.
Yeah, currently we've got a rental kart championship going on, and the stewards are eagle-eyed for things like this. Any bit of contact that disrupts the guy in front, they'll have a good look at it. They have a rule called no push to pass, which is where if you bump the guy in front and you completely push him out the way, you have to give the position back, or they'll give you a penalty. This, I said, looks a bit like a racing incident because, I mean, look, you didn't anticipate it, but what happens was it compromises his exit. Technically, he keeps the position in that period of racing, that corner. So whatever happens next is sort of, a new move, and this is clean down the inside. So I say racing incident. Anyone else have some feedback on this?
No issue at all.
Clean.
Just clean. Yep.
Perfect. So that is P5 to P2 in 3 laps. Is that correct?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
P2. Wow. Well, I think the key thing is you were patient, right? If you go all the way back to the beginning, try to get a good start, right? And immediately off the line, just by getting a good start and capitalizing on the gap there, that's one position, right? Then, as you said, as we work our way to about end of lap 1 into lap 2, you're trying to work together with the guy in the blue to create a gap behind, pressure the guy in front. And what I see happens is you're staying patient, you're trying to follow their lines. You work out that this last corner is a big advantage to you, and you set up a nice exit over here. And this is going on to the lap where you're going to make a pass for P3. As we saw, you were planning to work together on entry for this section. The gap opens up, you took it. The best thing about this overtake, which I like, is you stayed on the line. And whenever you can do overtakes like this, whether it's a sprint race, endurance races especially, stay on the line to lose as less time as possible. Don't get involved in, going around the outside or heavy dive bomb and then the guy switch back and then you bumper to bumper, side by side. That loses you time. This is clean. And what happens is you pass him and then you signal, look, let's go forward. The driver behind will acknowledge that. He won't attack you so hard into the next corner. He'll actually push you. Did he push you down the straight over here? When you passed him? Was he on your bumper?
Yes. Yeah, he was.
Excellent. And look, that's why you're gaining on the guy in front. So these are all racecraft, specific tips. And what happens over here, from the previous lap, you're strong coming into this final corner. Just a tap of the brakes. Guy in front is a bit more hesitant. What were you signaling there with your hand? Just like an apology, or over here, just there. You see how you're signaling something after you bump him?
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't so sure what happened there because it was going so fast. So I put my hands up. I was just not signaling that I'm friendly. I'm not a I come in peace, because after the bump.
Yeah.
And he didn't actually take it very well. Sorry. He in that straight before I take him, he went and he hit me. He did that with his
here, right? I think we just saw it into the right.
And at some point he actually braked.
Okay.
So he hit me from behind, but he didn't manage to do any other shenanigans. I guess I took a little bit of a gap from him.
That is awesome. I know the GoPro died, but just talk us through what happened at the end, or the lap stuff that we can't see. Was it you opening a gap and then?
Yeah, I opened a little bit. I think a bit of a gap. I would say 3-second gap, or 4. And I tried to drive as good as possible. I did make a small mistake, especially in this one. On this corner, I made some few mistakes here. I brake late.
Again.
Here.
Yeah.
This is not my favorite one. The chicane actually, because I'm supposed to go full. At the end of the chicane, sometimes I brake because I kind of lose it a little bit. Yeah. So, but that did not compromise my second position, and I managed to finish the race like that.
Excellent. I think the real positives are your racecraft is good, and you were patient there, and then you were decisive in the moments for positions. In terms of things on the line, if you're struggling with a corner like this, you're going in a bit too hot. Just from what I see, we experience this at different corners on different tracks where you feel you want to take a lot of speed, but when you do it, it's like the kart shakes, missed the apex, and all the kart signaling to you there is you're going beyond what the tires can grip. So just slow it down. Either brake earlier or brake more. Sacrifice the time on entry so you can be faster on the exits. Very, very simple. If you can just remember that for next time, you'll be absolutely fine. You're in a good way.
Reason why I sent this photo is because I actually have the race in 8th June, the 4th championship, and
so the race in 8th June.
He left. I don't know what happened.
Oh, okay.
I think he was disconnected.
Yeah.
Let's just wait a moment. Maybe he'll. Oh, yeah, it says he left. Oh, nice. I can annotate over here. Oh, that's excellent. Okay. I just realized there's a feature where I can put different notes and things. You know what? I'm going to use that for the next footage. That was very interesting from Tariq. He's back.
Sorry, the internet. Yeah.
It's all good. You got a race on 8th June.
Yes.
That's what we...
Yeah, and I want to be prepared. I know I'm going to be facing against drivers who have a lot of experience who race nearly every week, like Sad here. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. And I don't think I will be practicing because the practice there is slightly different. You're going to have to use different carts and different settings and stuff, and thus I'm going to have to go. And keep a cold head, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. Is this some annual competition, quite a prestigious one that takes place every year?
That is the national championship. It is
Wow.
It is an FIA competition. I think it is considered that.
Wow.
So yeah, it is the best one in Morocco, the best you can have, I guess.
Amazing. Which track is that again?
That is the VGK track, which is in Ben Slimane, not far from Casablanca. I'm quite far from there. I live in a different place of Morocco. So,
gotcha. Yeah. That's so VGK, same track as we saw.
Yes.
Amazing. So I guess you've got experience at this track. It's just about maybe the luck of the kart on the day. Also, just seeing which position you qualify. And what's the format like for this race?
The format is going to be a sprint race. I don't know if it's going to be the same thing as before, which is going to have Group A, Group B, because I don't have enough carts. So basically, last time there was 24 drivers, and they had to split it into 2 groups. Obviously, the fastest Group A, and the others Group B. And I'm not actually that experienced at all in comparison to the other drivers, because the other drivers that is their home track. Because it's next to one of the biggest cities in Morocco, so you have a lot of drivers who go there. For me, different region, different place, so it's not what I am that as comfortable as I would feel in another place.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's left again. No worries. Let's wait for him to. You're back. Hello.
Yeah, it keeps kicking me out for some reason.
No, don't worry. No,
Yeah,
all the best for the race in June. That sounds very exciting, and I think if you need any tips, you can ask Saad, because is it your local track, Saad?
Yeah, VGK is my local track. Yeah.
There you go. I'm sure you guys could sort something out. Are you doing that race, Saad, next month as well?
Yeah, but there's quite a problem with the track VGK and the organization, so it might not even be there next time. So yeah.
Wow. Okay. So one of the last times it's gonna be there.
Yeah, it might be we might not race in there for the rest of the year.
Oh, okay. So
yeah,
it might not even be for next month. Wow. Okay.
Oh, sorry. Are you saying that the race might not be held
in VGK, not in there's going to be a race, not in VGK, maybe.
I hope so. The organization is really terrible. Do you know which track might substitute for it?
Khouribga, Ben Greer, or S1.
Oh Jesus. Okay. All right. Okay.
That's a spanner in the works.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good.
Awesome. Saad, I'm just trying to locate your footage, actually.
Yeah, the link doesn't work anymore, so let me just put a new one in the chat.
Go for it. Got it over here. Let's just open that up. All right. So I just want to ask, is this the track where they put the camel as the safety car?
It is. It is.
that clip when
they do that during the 24 hours during the formation lap. There's a camel.
That's the one. 24 hours. They put a camel. The clip went viral and on one of the group chats.
Yeah, I saw.
This is a track in Morocco, and it's for the 24-hour race.
Yeah.
Talk me through this. So, karting, Agadir, unlucky pre-final. I mean, you're starting P1. It looks like
I'm starting. It's P2 actually.
P2. Okay, so pole
side
is
by
on the
side.
right. And
so the guy next to me he got accepted for the. I don't know if you know SWS.
Yeah. SWS, Saudi World Series.
Yeah, he got accepted for the Masters in Morocco. He got accepted for the final. So yeah, he's really good. So basically, like this weekend, this is the second day of the weekend.
Yep.
And first day went well. The P2 in qualifying and P2 in race.
Super.
And then this race, this is where my weekend went downhill.
Okay.
Because I just realized just on the formation lap I had no front end grip. And then to top it on, I had brakes that would lock up instantly.
Okay.
And to top that off, I had a terrible straight line speed.
Oh no! So this is just the card you don't want.
The guy in front of me, I'm usually a tenth faster than him, and he's already got me.
So, I'm just observing your steering rotation, how much you're putting into the corners. Normally,
I had to throw the car into the corner.
Yeah, things like that. So let's just try and rewind.
I think you can hear the tires how bad they are.
Yeah. Again, once you have to start putting this much rotation just for just to turn the kart, you know that it's quite understeering. Did you try and adjust the seat? Maybe go all the way forward? Or
you can't. So these karts, you can only adjust the pedals.
It's those ones. It's those Saudi ones. Okay, gotcha. And the weight, is there ballast weight on the left side over here?
Yeah, I had 12 kilos.
12 kilos. Oh, okay. So what it is, I found when you have any ballast weight above 10 kilos, and let's say it's on the left-hand side, for left-hand corners, there's quite a lot of understeer. I mean, this is a good example over here. The amount of steering angle you got to
I'm supposed to go on that curb to cut the corner a bit, and I can't even reach it.
Yeah, look at that, and you're double you're double steering. You turn it on entry, you didn't make the apex, so you had to turn in again, and all of this. Look at that, frame by frame. More steering angle you hold, more time you're losing. You're trying your best. This is a good thing. So far, you haven't lost any positions, which is impressive.
But then, because of my brakes, I was trying and because what I used to use as a braking reference for the turn one, they got rid of it.
So we're approaching turn one now, right?
Yeah. So basically, on the left, where the steward is there holding the board.
Yes. Yeah.
There was lights for the start, but they got rid of it for reparation. So I used to get my braking reference from there.
Yes.
So now I couldn't anymore. So I was trying getting it from the tree on the right.
Let's just rewind and this one on the right. Okay.
Yeah, I was trying and get that.
Yeah.
But the problem is this car would lock up if you braked closely to 100. So
yeah. Oh, look at that again. So what happened here? I think you were trying to be more gentle with the brakes, but then you get the understeer.
Yeah.
You're soft on the brakes, but look at that. Again,
it
holding the steering angle, holding it, not turning. You're not even making it to the curb, and then you're getting frustrated. Yeah, that's understandable. How close are the guys behind? I know we don't have.
I think I look behind sometime, and then the guy behind me is pushing me.
That's very kind of him. That's very kind.
Yeah. And then turn one, I try and brake slightly earlier, but the guy behind me pushes me then. So then he overtakes me, and then he doesn't let me space to breathe, and then 5 people overtake me.
Oh, okay. So that's coming up now.
I think it's this lap. It's gonna be this lap.
Yeah. So end of lap 3. This is. You've survived quite well, I have to say, and the difference is clear. Like the guy in P1 is way up the road now.
Yeah.
Still pushing you.
Yeah. And I think it's here.
Whoa! Yeah. Yep.
And then he just back, and then I just lose everything.
No, I feel you, Fade. I feel it.
And then I'm trying to go back to slipstream. Such a bad straight line. Another guy passes.
Yeah. Okay.
And I was like, okay, I'm going to switch back. But then I was like, I can't even keep up with these guys on the scooter.
Yeah, look at that. You're not able to keep up. Yeah. Let's rewind that. This is a classic move you're going to feel in a typical rental car race. What happens is, especially when people are on your bumper and they're bump drafting, you got to use your brakes more as the lead driver. I used to do this a lot, where the guy from behind would actually pressure me into going deep into the corner because he's bumping me all the way to the braking point. I used to get thrown off, similar to what happened here. I mean, was this deliberate, you think, or he was just?
I mean, I don't know. He's my friend, and I would know that he's really aggressive.
Okay.
And for example, last championship round, last lap, he sent a dive bomb and sent me like 2 meters wide.
Okay.
So I know he's aggressive and everything, and don't give penalties.
Exactly. So in my experience, regardless of if the guy is aggressive or not, the more they try and push you into the braking point, the harder I have to. Well, not the harder, the longer I press the brakes. You have to be hard on the brakes more. So what happens is your brakes can control how much they push you, and the more you can be on it, harder you can be. It limits the amount you get pushed out. Of course, it's a 50-50. You know, there's people behind him who might be pushing him as well. That's why you come out worse. The problem that happens here is you get thrown off so much off the racing line. So it's a kart length over here and a bit more than a kart length. The track naturally changes into a fast left, and there's not much runoff. And now you're compromised. You're almost on the curb, nearly well, you're on the curb, almost on the grass.
Yeah. So I had my rear wheel go on the curb, and it lifted me up, and then so yeah, that's just not good.
Exactly. So you lost time just because the guy passed you. Then on exit, trying to build that momentum again, you're losing it here. One guy passed you around the outside, and this is what happens, especially when you have a train of drivers. As soon as one guy passes, the guy behind will follow through. So the guy in the red suit goes through. And then, as you said, no straight line speed. So you have to concede the inside line there. Let's just quickly admit PS. Hey, what's up, PS? Can you hear us?
Oh, yeah, hi.
PS, you joined us last week, right?
Yeah, or the week before, I'm not sure.
Welcome, PS. We're just reviewing Saad's footage. Did you have any footage you submitted?
Well, I've not submitted, but I've not got a GoPro, but it's sort of like filmed from like the side of the track. Is that good?
Yeah,
or
which
not?
track is it?
Brentwood.
Brentwood, yeah, excellent. You know what? I've got some footage of Brentwood. I'd be happy to go through it with you at the end of the session, and be sure to send over a link to that footage you've got as well. All right?
How do I send it?
Is it recorded on a mobile phone?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me just quickly put in the chat. Check out WeTransfer. WeTransfer give you 2 gigabytes free. It'll convert your link or your file into a download link, and then you can just share that with me.
Yeah, no, it's just like the first 2 laps of a race, but it's got some overtake, so I just wanted to know.
Awesome. Send it through. Yeah, go for it. Let's just get back to Saad. So one thing that you could have done, right, is just been a bit more aggressive in defense. Look, I know it's frustrating. People are pushing you out, everything like that. But as soon as one guy takes you on the inside, just try and cut across to the right and block off any others. Okay, the guy in the red, it'd be too aggressive if you tried to cut him. But here, try and tuck behind him. Cover off this guy from behind. What's happened here? You've stayed on the left side. There's a bit of a gap, and he's just forced his way through because he's got a better momentum and things like that. So anytime you lose a position, try and get onto the line as soon as possible. Look back. If he's close, try and defend. If he's, he's got a wheel next to your bumper, okay, you can't cut him off like that, but just damage limitation kind of thing. So this is what, P2 down to 3, 4, 5, 6. Is this P7 you're in now?
Yeah, I think P7 or something. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's
I was second and now I'm P7. So.
That's horrible. This is a good chance. We've got a nice freeze frame here. Boom. So you peek back.
That's actually
yeah.
That's Tariq behind me.
Yeah, that's me.
That's Tariq. Amazing. So Tariq, what was your thinking over here now?
I was hoping I could catch them, but I don't think that happened. That did not happen.
Okay. So I was going to say that was a good chance to freeze frame because you need to take it's almost a breather in the race. You've lost positions, things haven't gone to plan. Okay, the guys in front are pretty quick. Let me look behind. Is the guy on my bumper? And in that case, Tariq was a few car lengths behind, so now you can reset. I know, again, frustration. You're signaling things like that. That's normal. That's normal. But you leave that to the stewards to decide because that's their job, and you just got to get back on the line and back into that rhythm as soon as possible. As we all know from karting, once you get into that flow of doing good lap after good lap and putting consistent times, when that momentum breaks, it's costly. But you get small wins like this. Like, in my opinion, this is a win. Let's just see how this plays out. You're on his bumper. The reason why it's a small win for you is because as you start the lap, these guys are like 4, 5, 6 car lengths in front. Luckily, they start battling. You come into the right-hander.
I knew these guys were like, oh, I gotta go for like the first move I have.
Yeah. So technically, that's P2, P3, P4, P5, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. Use that to your advantage. As you said, they're going to battle. They've been very aggressive, 3 wide into the right, and you're able to just catch them within one corner. Look at that beautiful exit.
And then look, this is the part. I recorded and sent it to the organizers.
Let's see.
Look at this. What am I supposed? Yeah. Henry, to answer your question, this was like after the second 24 hours, so the carts were already a bit damaged and they didn't have time to fix them.
And they're always like
you're talking. Oh, sorry.
They're always like that on all races. If you end up on a bad one, it's bad story for you. Yeah, bad luck.
So this is what you were talking about, the straight line speed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, look at this.
They just got me like 2 cart lengths on the straight.
Yeah. I know, I feel your frustrations.
I was getting closer to him, but
you were getting closer.
Yeah, but I was hoping I could catch him, but then there was a guy behind me who was fighting with me, so it was not really possible. He ended up even overtaking me, so unfortunately I couldn't catch up on him.
Basically, what happened is that the guy who was fighting with Tariq had a rocket ship, basically.
Okay.
He had a crazy rocket ship. So then on the last lap, last corner, I see him. He's like 2 cart lengths behind me, and I'm telling myself, "Oh, it's fine."
Yeah.
He sends like a very aggressive dive bomb that like I wouldn't personally have sent.
Yeah.
And they shoved me off the racing line. So I reported it, and the stewards were saying that they were just blabbing on about how it's like fair and everything.
No.
To the point saying that I looked behind and should have let him pass.
Really? Oh, wow.
They told me that.
Wow. What an explanation. Let him pass. I'm a racer. I don't let people pass.
I told him it's not 24 hours to let pass people by. It's a sprint.
Yeah, that's right. But look at this. They're still battling. It's keeping you within close range, but you're losing it on the straights. And this track seems to be dominated by these high-speed sections.
Yeah, it's high-speed corners, high-speed sections.
Yeah, really, they should have removed a kart like this that you got, because it's so clear. Yeah. A quick question: what's this Marshall doing? Are they showing laps or something?
Yeah, it's laps.
Okay.
Because they didn't have the board up.
Yeah. No, I just saw them every lap. I was wondering. It's
they either do lap or they do black and white flags for people.
But do they give penalties? Have you seriously seen people
I've seen one instance of someone giving a penalty, and it's because they shoved the guy into the gravel.
Ah, okay, so it's clear.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I can sympathize with you, because especially with the current championship I'm doing in rentals, this is exactly what we have to deal with, where the karts are not even. It's really down to your luck if you get a good one or not. That's decided in the kart draw. You got to pick it yourself. And in terms of penalties, it's very difficult because they don't have a camera or a live recording on every turn, and then they analyze it like a CCTV almost. And whatever incidents you report, they just try to.
I mean, they told me if I want to report something to them, I have to pay 100 euros.
Okay.
And if I win the case, only if I win, I'd get the 100 euros back.
Yes, that I've heard of those types of stewards. What it is, they don't want to penalize anyone.
They don't want to work.
No, they don't. But it's their job then to follow that, and I think the way you enforce that is through proper, either individual marshals at every corner, writing kart numbers down, observing the incidents, or
you can see in the corners, even with the understeer kart, I'd be catching them.
Yes.
And then everything I won would just be lost on the straight.
Yeah, exactly. So the thing is, they're close, but they're far, because they're battling. You catch them in the corner. Look at this. You catch up to him. Again, catching him despite that.
Look,
That's a nice.
Look how much I got.
Yeah. Look at this on his bumper.
And then
really,
I just lose everything.
Yeah,
he's pointing me through, and I can't.
No, really, what they should have done is been pushing you. You're saying this guy's your friend in the white helmet, black suit? Yeah. One bit of advice, and this is what I do. I always try and have a friend who's on pace with me, and we have an agreement. If you have a slow kart, I push you. If I have a slow kart, you push me. And we have this agreement, especially in qualifying. Now in the race, it's subject to what happens, but what it looks like is you're all capable of reaching top 3. And if the faster guys in front could have just pushed you, I'm sure you could have been on pace with the 2 red guys. And then you leave that towards the end of the race to battle. If you battle too early, then you let the leader, who's we can't even see in our shot, right? The race leader.
I mean, the leader did the whole entire weekend P1.
Yeah. I think he got lucky with the karts, but he's also a good driver. So
yeah, he has like 13 years of experience in rental karting. So
wow, excellent. No, he's a good driver, and you give him a chance to gap the rest, he'll take it.
Okay,
so we're coming to this is the end of the race, basically, right?
Yeah, we're coming. Let's check the board. What it says.
Oops.
It says that's the last lap. So it's
last lap. I think it was 1, right?
Yeah.
Yep. 1 more lap.
Okay,
so this is really where you should be sending it.
Yeah. Last corner. It's a complicated corner because you gotta keep your it's a blind apex, and it's banked, and it's long braking zone.
Okay.
So it's kind of complicated. And then this guy, I don't know. I mean, you can be the judge of it, but yeah.
Okay, in front, blue and white helmet.
No, the guy behind.
Oh, the
guy
behind. Yes.
He's
okay, there we go. Look at that.
He's like the kart length behind.
Yeah, boom. That's not Tariq, right?
No. Tariq is behind. And then I see him. I was like, okay, he's kind of far. Let me take my normal racing line. And then
boom. He takes the position. Right. You know what?
In my book, this is not allowed, but yeah.
He's going to the inside. Yeah, I see why they didn't give it. You know what it is? He came. Did you show them this footage, by the way?
Yeah, I showed them my footage, and we were like, I don't want to see your footage. I want to see the footage from the guy behind.
Yeah. What I've learned, especially on last lap, people will go for these crazy moves. So even if there's an inch, you see on the inside, the gap over there. I mean, we don't have a reverse camera. I wish we had his angle. He's already looking at this gap that's here and saying, I'm going for it. And what happens is, as the gap closes, because you're going for your apex, he's committed already. I'm going, I'm sending. And he pulls in, and you can see right at the last moment, half his kart is on the curb. He's got the bumper there to push you out. And it's a harsh move. You know, it's.
I was really furious at him. I mean,
if he honestly,
on the in lap, I flipped him off because I was really mad.
Oh no!
But then I apologized. So
yeah. No, you got to. He's got a GoPro. I would have loved to see his footage. My advice there is last lap, last corner, or last couple of corners, defend like crazy on the inside. What I like to do, especially here, I would have hugged this curb, and I'd start lifting off the gas early. Right, lift off the gas early. What this does, it forces your opponent to go wide, because if he sits on your bumper, he's either going to have to push to pass, he'll get a penalty for that, or he has to try and go around the outside, try and go for a switchback. What happens by lifting off early, going tight, you're now in a position, by the time you get to the apex, full on the gas, or even before the apex, full on the gas. This gives you the best possible exit. It covers off the switchback from the guy coming from the outside, and you maintain your position. But what it does is you have to really sacrifice time here. So you sacrifice your line number one, you go extremely tight. So you're going to hug this white line on the right, and you're going to start lifting now. Once you start lifting, it almost feels like you're brake checking the guy, or the guy might even go into your bumper, but you're the lead driver. You won't get penalized for that. Force him out wide, get on the gas early, accelerate out of the corner, and you would have covered it. That's just something to learn for next time. You know, you can.
Thing that I have to try.
Yeah,
yes.
I want to ask you, because I also tried to defend that position. Funny thing about with the same, to overshot it out of right.
Sorry, you just cut out there. You were defending the same corner over here.
Position, like in your idea.
Sorry, can you repeat that? You got cut out.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so I said, well, I was also defending, right? In some before in other races in the same race weekend, and I was defending in the mid. I went to the middle right in that corner, but I was still being attacked. Yes, the middle right. Okay. Yeah, so I didn't go fully on the right. Yeah.
Let me just try and highlight.
The problem of staying on the inside on this corner, it's because it's a hairpin, and the main straight is right after. So.
Yeah, no, I know. The thing is, you have to drive this corner to be on the accelerator as soon as possible. Otherwise, they'll go around the outside or they'll switch back. So you have. It takes a lot of practice. It's difficult for me to explain as well. If I have some examples, I'll try and share it with you. But yeah, you can't give them a chance to go on the inside. The moment you give a guy a gap like this, last lap, he's going to send it. And it doesn't look so bad as well, because it doesn't look like he came from the back of you and pushed you. It just came on the side, bit of contact there. It's harsh. It's harsh, really. It's that's a tough move. What happens is, when you defend the inside against aggressive drivers like this, they won't dive bomb you because they're just going to go into you.
Yeah.
But no, I'm happy you had this race experience, because I think this is an example of how bad it can get. Bad. You started P2, bad car, drop-down positions, even until the last lap, somebody is on your bumper and they pass you. Really, you've got the pace. That's what I can analyze. And you've got good racecraft. But when it comes to getting a bad kart, think of it as, let me do my best in this. Not get frustrated. I've got this kart. I've just got to do my best with it. I had a very similar race a couple of weeks back. So qualifying P3, pre-final P3, and then all the results are determined in the final, the race. And in the final, I got a bad kart. So from P3, first lap, I knew, wow, this kart has no handling, too much understeer. Go down from P4, P5, all the way down to P8. So P3 to P8, very similar to what happened to you. And then I said, you know what, I got to be quite aggressive with my driving style. So this kart wouldn't turn. I had to be a lot more aggressive with my steering inputs, had to brake harder in some corners just for rotation. And similar to what we saw in your video, the guys in front were battling hard because the podium was closely contested with 5 drivers. So the maximum I could have done was maybe P5. So I got up to P7, then to P6. P5 just had a faster kart. It's the same thing like we saw in your video. He would be pulling away on the straights. I'd catch him in the corners. Pull away on the straights. I'd catch him in the corners. But I said, you know what? I drove out there with the best effort I could. P6 was the best I could have done. And, you got to just go forward from there. At the end of the day in rental karts, it's really down to your luck. Because I believe if you had a faster kart, right, you would have been on the podium. I think it's clear. So your luck will come next time. It's not to worry.
The good thing about next race is that if it's not a VGK, it's going to be either 2 possible tracks that never raced 4-stroke on.
Okay.
So that's going to be one of them hasn't been open for like a couple years, and they just now renovated it. And the other one is like an old one that nobody like raced at.
So meaning it's not normally open for 4 strokes.
No. One of them is it's not open to the public, and the other one wasn't open for a couple years. And it just reopened, and not even the full track yet.
Sorry, I just want to ask you regarding that. You're right. By the way, it was opened actually many years ago. It's one of the oldest, if not the oldest track. It just that it got repurchased by someone else. Regarding that track, by the way, I'm from the same city as that track. Actually, it's not that far from me, and I've never done 4-stroke on that. So if the race is going to be there, Omar, what would be the best advice to to be prepared for that track? Like how to train for it?
Have you done any laps there before?
Yes, 2-stroke. I did.
2-stroke. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have footage of you doing 2-stroke?
I have footage of
I think that's the one you shared, Saad, right? Previously.
Yeah, I did the one.
Is that track? Yeah, Saad actually shared some footage a few weeks back. I know what track you're talking about. It's good that you've both done 2-stroke experience. What you'll find the difference is because we do this regularly at our track. We do 4-stroke, and then like the next day it'll be 2-stroke practice. So things like, overall your driving style, it has to be more aggressive. So you have to brake a lot less in the corners. You've got to keep the revs a lot higher. So what I'd recommend is, which kart is it? Sodis, the same as you have in
Birella.
It's gonna be the same organizers, yeah.
Birella.
Oh yeah.
It'll be Birella.
No, it's actually Birella or Sodi.
It's not going to be Birella because they don't have enough.
Oh, okay.
Gotcha. Then in the Sodis, in the Sodis, those are actually closer to 2-stroke karts. Birella especially, it's a different style actually altogether. Sodis, you can trail brake in some corners, for example. You use similar tactics that you'd use for 2-strokes. But generally things like the line, I would keep the same, but tweak corner entries. So let's say in 2-strokes, you go very wide on entry to set up the corner. Maybe in 2-stroke, you don't have to go so wide. You go 3/4 or in the middle. And these small things you got to suss out in practice. How much practice are they going to give you? Is it like 10, 15 minutes?
Like four times 10 minutes. That's what we usually have.
Wow. And
like
then
40.
it's the qualifying and race.
And then it's briefing and then qualifying.
Amazing. I would use those 4 sessions to experiment different things and do one fixed thing in every session. So for example, in this session, I'm going to take a tighter line for this corner, this corner, this corner. Good to have a track map so you can note these things down. So what I do, session 1 in your practice, set as a benchmark. You drive how you think you should do it. You do the best effort you can. And then session 2, you change one thing. Okay, I'm going to take a tighter line. Session 3, I'm going to focus on braking. So all these corners, I'm going to go for early brake. Or maybe this corner, I can go for late brake. The final session, try and put it all together, based on those practices you've done. Let me try and put everything together, establish a line. It's very important by that 4th practice session, you have some kind of momentum and fixed line you stick to. What you don't want to do is be figuring out things in the race, and then you've got people, battling close to you, and you're not confident. The other thing to remember, everyone's going to be like that, right? Everyone's going to have to learn the track. So even in your practice sessions, try to wait for the faster drivers, right? I'm sure you guys know by their helmets or their suits. Stick behind them, see what kind of tactics they use, and try to implement that in your own driving. 4 by 10 minutes is a lot of practice. You're quite lucky.
Yeah. I hope for that track we do the big layout and not the small one. So yeah. Well,
my friend says brake as late as you can until you don't spin off. There you go. You don't need any more advice.
Yeah, by the way, I sent the link to it in the chat, the video.
Super, thank you so much. I've got your link there. Let me head over and download that for you, PS. Saad, Tariq, it's been a pleasure to see you guys' footage, and it's been nice that you bounce off each other, because you were both in that last race, and have your input as well was fantastic.
Yeah, thank you, Omar.
Let me know how it goes, guys. Yeah, and if you got any more footage, I'd love you to join in.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, guys. Take care. All right, we are going to go ahead to Marcel. After Marcel, we're going to go for. Let me just look at the list of footage here. So just again, guys, we've spent about an hour. Before we go ahead, anyone specifically want me to review their footage? Are you in a rush? Because
no.
I can prioritize somebody else. Okay, let's do Marcel, then Harry, then we'll go ahead to Andre. Is Andre still here? I'm not sure. Just load it up. Marcel, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you.
Amazing. So what we're going to do?
My session is quite short, so we should be done in a few minutes.
No. It's not to worry. The more the merrier, actually. So this is a clip from Heat. We're back at the Ava. I was looking at it. Is it
I was waiting.
Super.
Yeah, this is part 2. Because I film in 4K 60 FPS, my GoPro cuts it into 2 pieces. The first one is 4 gigabytes. So, and this is those 2 rounds I dropped below the 39s.
Amazing.
And I focused really on the first 2 hairpins. So some points like this one, for example, I turned in too early still. So I did focus only on the hairpins.
Yeah, I think that's what we put emphasis on last time.
Yes.
Waiting for this to sync up, actually. Is it lagging for you guys?
A bit.
Yeah, just give it a moment. Because was it lagging when I was doing Saad and Tariq's footage, or was it smooth?
Relatively smooth, yeah.
I think it was smoother. Just give it a few moments. It looks like from the weather straight away though, it's quite pleasant. No, was it raining before or
No, the forecast was rain, as I mentioned last session. But it didn't rain, and it's nice and dry and full of grip. So
yes. I think especially in European countries when it's summertime or the climate's hot, gets warmer. That's when you can put in some quick timings. But what have you found at your track? When do the track records happen? Is it summer or winter?
no, the guy I talked to the guy who has the track record. It should be less warm than it was now. It was 25 Celsius.
Okay.
And it needs to be a little bit humid, but not on the track itself, of course.
Yes.
So in the summer, you won't get the best times. It's too hot then.
Right. Meaning June, July is not the time.
Yeah, July, August is not the time.
Yeah. So these 3 laps, we're on to the second lap now. Were these all 38s?
No, from 120 in the this is.
Can you guys hear me fine?
Lags a bit. A bit at the end, but not.
To be fair,
because I'm just trying to link it. Control 11. F11.
around it might just be the actual cable connecting to it. Might just got loose.
Yeah. Yes, best as possible. Perfect.
Yes, it is.
It's 30.
Like,
Got fast once. Corner. Not. So this 26, is this one of the fastest karts?
the fastest kart, but this one has
on the sweet spot. Exactly, just
later I will be on the stones or the rubble or of how you want to call it.
Yeah,
it's basically stones, but
you basically don't want to go on that.
yeah. And here I applied the first tip. I never kissed the stones in corner 2, and now I do.
Yeah, there you go.
I still have a little bit of understeer, of course, but maybe I need to slow down a bit more. And that was not the main focus. I just started braking and hitting those bricks.
Yeah, what I liked here is you're progressive with the gas or the throttle. So it's a brief lift, boom, brief lift, lay the power back down. And what happens as you lay the power down, now the kart grips naturally. You're taking a bit of the curb, let's say over here as well. And actually the kart stays well within limits. So there was even a bit more to be found there. You know, that's just if we're picking on small things.
Yeah.
But very smooth. That's the most important thing.
Yeah, and I didn't go back to the right side enough to get a straight line. I know, but the
okay, you're talking about over here.
Yeah, the focus. Yeah, the exit was a bit much to the left, but my focus was only on those 2 hairpins because I knew I gained a lot of time there.
Boom. So
missed the apex, but
I don't mind this. What you've done is you've done a good effort to take these corners in a straight line, but the biggest improvement is you're widening up the entry.
Absolutely.
So look how much wider you are over here. Start to turn in, skip the early apex, skip the middle apex.
Try to hit
and then
try
to hit it late, yeah? One thing, can you hear the sound of the kart? I'm gonna put it up higher.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Okay, just listen to the revs over here. Just one more time. Try and bring that again. So just as we enter the hairpin and go through it. So the line looks decent. Mid-corner, right, there was a very slight correction you did. So you set up nice and wide. You're turning in. And as you get to about mid, just watch your steering wheel. I know this bar is getting in the way. But it's just a bit of, it's hesitation or a bit of a correction where you went left, right. And what that is you're trying to hit the apex precisely, right? And you're also not trying to go too early, because I think you're turning in here and then you're like, I've been a bit too soon. Let me just open up a bit, then go back. That small correction, especially when you're targeting tenths of a second, it can take you to that next level. So what I advise next time, same line, same sort of braking, just be smoother with the steering. Try and have one angle of steering that you're confident in and hold that and trust that it'll be enough to make it to the late apex in one motion, basically.
Yeah. Basically, you're proving that I'm proving that I'm trying to do the late apex, as you suggested, but I understand totally your correction remark.
The main thing is you've identified that late apex will work better. And then now it's just about refining, the entry. So entry is nice and wide. Mid corner, just be smoother with the steering. Now, what I can just tell straight away, it's also something that can help you is the way you hold the steering wheel. So what happens is, I know we can't tell too well now. You bring your left hand on top of the wheel and you're sort of leaning on top of it, right? You can see over here. Is this just a style that you're using?
No, I'm not aware I'm doing that. And every time I see my footage, and especially when I got tired in the end of the session, I do it more and more and more.
Yeah. One thing I want you to try for next time is try and hold the steering wheel in one position for the entirety of the corner. Don't take your hand off, before or after. What we want to do is this way you have the most control over the kart, but also you're limiting the amount of input you put in. The moment you start putting one hand on top, like you've done here, you'll start doing corrections, left, right, like you're doing over here. It's easier, you're more susceptible to doing that. So this will actually take time to get used to, establishing a new steering position. It'll also be more physical, right? Because the load is constantly going to be on your hands and your arms. But if you want to be really precise with your cornering and get rid of these corrections, be smooth, this is the way to go forward. Just adjust your steering position. I can see you're holding it pretty much in the middle as well. If we have a steering wheel in front of us, it'd be what, 9 o'clock, 3 o'clock positions? Is that how you hold it on the straights, let's say?
Yeah,
or slightly lower?
No, slightly higher even.
Slightly higher, excellent.
I saw other tips in other videos that somebody said you have to take the 3 and the 9, and you suggested you better can take the 10 and the 2.
Yeah.
Well, I'm almost at 11 and 1, so I'm trying to find out what position is best for me. Probably it's the 10 too, but
yeah. Try it with 10 too. I'd say with the amount of sessions you're doing, experiment, take time in each one. I'm just going to do 10-2 in this one. I'm just going to do 9-3 in this one. Or I'm just going to do 11-1 in this one. But the biggest thing is keep your hands on either side of the wheel at all times. Don't adjust, as you're instinctively doing, I think, over here.
Yes.
It's small tip. It can make you faster. It's crazy.
Cool.
Coming on to the second hairpin, much better improvement here.
Yeah, inside line.
Much
and
better.
The turning point into the corner, I really try to hit the rubble there.
Yeah. What you've done again, you've widened up the entry.
Yeah.
Then you're taking the shortest path possible. So you're turning in.
My exit speed was 45 kph, so I was really, really happy with that one.
Yeah. And you're getting it because what you're doing, you're skipping the early part of the corner and you just get close on the exit over here. And now what you've done, big improvement last week, is you're going in a straight line to the grass. You're not
on the right side.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Reduce the meters.
Good that you remember that.
I think a good reference actually for you looking at this turn is as the stones on the right end, that's where your kart eventually should be. Now it's turned into completely the grass, so it's nice. Final couple of corners.
I didn't change those.
Yeah, what I find really impressive here is you're staying to the left-hand side of the track even more. So what's happened? You're turning to the left, and boom, you're staying on the left now. You've even got one tire on the curb. So what happens by staying on the left, you're opening up the angle for the right. And this is a big difference from last week. I think we discussed this, right?
Yeah, I was almost in the middle. Yeah.
You were in the middle, yeah.
Almost, yeah.
What happens? You open up this corner beautifully to then take a mid to late apex. And on exit, you're well within the limits, right?
Yeah, and I didn't the last time, no.
No, you gain time. It looks faster compared to last week. So much smoother as well.
My hand is back.
Yeah, the hand. Yeah, I'm happy you're identifying that. See, what's good is, let's see. Yeah, you held the position through the right. If you watch your hands as you go through the right, so you've put it at 11-2 or 11-1 rather. And then it's just as we get onto the final two, maybe it's you're getting fatigued or
absolutely. Yeah.
That's what it is. No,
it was E2 and at the end. And
yeah. It's that's karting for you. The more laps you do, the more tired you're gonna get.
Yeah, and the more grip there is, the more tired you get.
Let's just watch one more lap as we. It's good that you put a string of laps together. Yeah. So much more consistent. Similar line. Coming to the hairpins.
and see the black and white. So I
Yeah. Oh, black and white is was the checkered flag over here?
checkered flag, the black and
Gotcha,
white.
gotcha. I was gonna say you could have been a bit wider and you could have been a bit closer there. But going back to the fastest lap, right? Everything is perfect. Keep doing turn one as you're doing. You're right on the limit over here. Beautiful entry, kissing the inside curb, staying within limits. Second corner as well. A brief lift, maybe even a bit of brake. Lay the power back down, let the car grip. Get onto the stones a bit over here. Straight line the chicane. Wide entry. Continue a wide entry. Instead of taking your left hand and repositioning.
This one can be a little bit deeper, right?
I was going to say that. You can even.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say slightly. I think you are wide enough because I'm taking the revs and the weight into account as well. Maybe experiment going until the white line, but maybe be a bit deeper. So what happens is, we spoke about this correction you did here is because you weren't sure, am I going to make a late apex or not? The deeper you go into a corner, the more chances are you're going to hit the late apex because eventually you have to turn and you do almost a V. So you go deep and then you cut across. So it's a V shape you're trying to create. And really, just by looking at this is a couple of tenths. You get a better exit, smoother steering rotation, a couple of tenths easily found there. Keep doing the entry for the second hairpin as you're doing. I think that looks absolutely fine. And even the final couple of corners, the fast left, stay at the left, open up the angle for the fast right. I think you got to really lean your body. Were you leaning?
100%.
To the left over here. This looks like a typical.
Especially for that left-hander. I really lean out.
That'll help you take it flat easier as well.
Yeah, and it rotates a lot better there.
I think that was a solid lap you put together. A couple of things to work on: steering position. Experiment what works with you best. It's going to be painful. I'm going to warn you, but that's part of the excitement. You're going to get.
I still feel my arms. It was yesterday, so.
You got to keep me posted how it goes.
Yeah, of course.
It's been a pleasure, Marcel, and just stay in touch for some more footage that you have, hopefully.
Oh, I have a lot of footage, but it must be suitable to discuss. So
you're welcome to join. We're here every week.
It's about time it starts raining. Then I have wet footage.
There we go. we can discuss some other lines. Super.
Cheers, mate.
Take care. All right, so we have got 1, 2, 3, 4 drivers to get through now. Who is limited for time would like to go next?
Yeah, I've not got that long, so.
Okay, let's do PS. Let's do it very quickly. Harry, Zubair, Mail, you guys fine?
Yeah, I'm all good with time.
Yeah, no problem.
Davey, you okay?
Got like half an hour or so, probably.
Okay, let's go ahead and do Brentwood. Now, Piers, how often do you go to Brentwood?
Yeah, twice a week. I'm in like the race league.
Oh, you're in the race league? Okay. Do you know? Let me try and find his name.
Guy.
There's guy Williams.
Yeah. He's he only goes like a few times, but he's not like one of the main ones, I can say.
Guy Williams, he's from GWI Racing, GWI, right?
Yeah.
He's got a channel. Oh, okay, so he does Brentwood. Okay.
Yeah, he's not. I don't know. He's not the best.
I don't think it's his local track. Yeah, Tate Hart. Do you know Tate Hart?
Oh yeah.
He is one of the top drivers. Actually, when I went to Brentwood last summer, he was practicing, and it was in the junior karts, but his lines were very good, and it's nice to see because I follow him on Instagram as well. He's continuing to participate in the race league. Do you do any racing with him?
So yeah, like the last 3 seasons I've done with him, but I've gone up to seniors just today. So
okay. How are you finding that?
Yeah, it's quite good. It's a lot more aggressive than the cadet, so.
Yeah. the karts are quick, and also the track layout is quick. Right. What I want to do is share my screen. Have you seen the actual track guide I put on YouTube for it? This is my Brentwood track guide. Have you seen?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Is the layout the same that you're doing for your race league?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same.
Same. Okay. 35.4. That was, I think, the best I could have got. I was there from afternoon till evening. I think we did about 4 sessions that day. This was the best time in the 4th session. Let's just quickly go through it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is not the start line, is it? It's on the other side.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Let's pretend this is the start line.
Yeah. Can you go over my thing later? Because it was just like some of the overtakes I did. I wasn't like sure how to completely like defend it.
Gotcha. I'm gonna open up that file real quick. I'm just gonna refresh ourselves with Brentwood. Fast left right into. This is technically the start of the lap. Keeping it nice and tight. Into the one and only braking point, believe it or not, the guys were telling me, which is this corner. Early on the brakes, ride all that inside curve.
And this is quite far out there.
Yeah, and this part of the track, believe it or not, is all flat out. Doesn't look like it, but it was all flat out. What was your timing in the senior karts now?
Well, my best's up to 34.4.
Excellent. So you're flying. You're doing well. Actually, better than the lap we got in the video. Let's try and share my screen now. Stop sharing. Entire screen. There we go. So, which kart are you in over here?
I'm on like the left lane. I'm the blue helmet behind that cadet.
Yep, over here. Excellent.
Yeah,
Kart number 3, is that?
Yeah.
Super. Let's just hide this, restart, watch it in full. Perfect. Rolling start. Lap 1. Oh, that corner is going to get very, very, very risky. Made up a place, I think, there. Beautiful. Beautiful move down the inside. And you're up to P2. So is that P4 to P2?
Yeah, I think so.
Super. Who's in front?
Well, I'm not sure of his name.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know many of the senior drivers.
That's a very good start. Is it lagging, or can you see it clearly? Is it quite smooth?
Seems fine for me.
Perfect. You're on the bump of P1 and go down the inside. Very nice move there. And that's P1 in the sprint. Did you hold on to P1 after that?
Yeah, I finished P1. Yeah, I mean the others behind me started battling, so I got a bit of a gap.
Talk me through this, because you're starting on the outside lane. Technically, the guys at the inside have the advantage. So what were you doing?
Well,
what's your mindset?
Yeah, so the cadet in front of me went slightly to the left, so I thought I'd try and go down the middle. So I was sort of free wide there, and then obviously the kart on my right got it because he's on the inside. But
there you go. So the car in front very surprisingly opens the door for you guys. You take that position.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell. You're in the middle over here, right?
Yeah, usually it's reverse grid. So I started like at the front because in the previous year I got taken out. So I knew like the kart's in front. You know, if I just got past them quickly, I'll be fine.
Talk me through the fast right now. This must be quite sketchy in the first lap of the race. Everyone's trying to dive on the inside.
Yeah, everyone just tries and stick to the inside so no one can get past you. So basically, everyone's on the inside around there.
Let me just bring up the cursor.
Yeah, I think I was forced to the outside though. But
I'm trying to locate where you are over there.
Sort of like the little 1/3 there.
This one? Yeah, because it's blue helmet. So you're actually forced to the outside here. You're at disadvantage. you somehow, do you switch back or you hold it around the outside?
Yeah,
No.
I hop.
Hold it around the
and then
outside.
I go for
Beautiful.
a bit of a dive bomb.
Excellent move. So what I really like is not only do you hold the position, but you've seen that the gap is open there. We were discussing this with Tariq and Saad earlier. Whenever there's a gap on the first lap, go for it. You catch the guy out, and what happens is it's a fast right. You have the inside line now, and he'll just give you a bit of a bump as he tries to switch back. That bump will actually benefit you. It pushes you forward, and you can focus on the race leader now. So what are you thinking now? You're up to P2. Are you attacking? You looking behind? What were you thinking?
Well, I think I was like looking behind to just make sure he wasn't gonna make a dive down the inside for the chicane.
Yeah. This is again a tight part of the track where you really don't want to go for it. You cover that very well, actually. He doesn't go for the dive. Smooth lines through the chicane, and look at the exit. Boom! What an exit you got. You're right on the P1's bumper. So what we can identify is the amount of time you gained. If we look at the freeze frame over here, nearly a kart's length. And in fact, you're closer to the guy behind. What's his name? The driver behind?
Yeah, I'm not sure with any of the
you're not sure. Okay. So, guy in the orange suit, you're actually closer to his bumper. What are you doing here? Are you braking number one for the left?
Well, I was lifting a bit because the guy in front he was going quite slow, so I didn't want to hit the back of him and lose my momentum really.
Yeah. But you brake, right, for the left?
No, just lift.
A lift. Okay, excellent. So you lift, get back onto the gas, and then it's a chicane left into a fast right. There's a curb there, right, at the inside?
Yeah.
So you're riding the curb?
Well, on the second part or the first part?
Wherever. Do you ride the curb?
Yeah.
Second part or first part?
Both really.
Both. Okay, so you're hugging the curb there, and what that's done is look at that beautiful exit slingshot onto the straight. As you look back, you've actually gained a kart length to the guy behind, and you've gained to be on the bumper of the guy in front. What are you thinking now as you go into lap 2? You're right on his bumper.
Well, I've got a faster kart than him on the straight slightly, so I was just
that
thinking
could be why. Yeah.
If he doesn't cover the inside, just try and go for it.
Go for it, exactly. He doesn't cover the inside, it looks like. And you position your kart before the apex of the corner to the inside. You don't give him a chance to defend. Cover off the switchback, that's very important. And still, I love that. That's very, very smart. So what happens is you've still got the position, but you go moderately defensive. You see how you're staying slightly in the middle of the track? You're not too wide. Moment you go a bit too wide, the guy might be tempted to dive bomb. You cover that off very well. Look, you're in the middle of the track. Even if he wants to go for a move, he can't. Otherwise, he'll push you out the way, gets a penalty. And that's a very, very nice bit of action. Thanks for sharing that. When is your next race?
Well, I've got like practice races on Thursday, and then on Sunday I'll have the race league again.
How does this league work? Is it every week or every month?
So yeah, every week there's 12 races in a season, so there's 4 each year. So
Super.
It's like the summer, like winter, spring, all of that. And yeah.
So is it one big championship, or there's a spring, summer, and winter one?
So yeah, there's separate ones for each season.
Perfect. So Brentwood is basically your local track.
Yeah.
Have you tried Lakeside?
No, not yet. No.
That's worth checking out. That's only up the road. I don't think it's that far. They're apparently under the. You've been to Lakeside, Harry?
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's just the thing is, in Brentwood, it's a lot more competitive. I've been told by some of the kind of faster people, because I don't really know why, but a lot of people there usually they're always winning the races, kind of outside of Brentwood.
Okay. When I drove Lakeside, I felt it was more challenging, actually. in terms of the track itself. It goes up and down. It's a lot tighter as well than Brentwood. Brentwood's quite straightforward, but you got to really know the line to make the jump to 34. I think that's what I was struggling with. I was struggling to break
it's more
35.
like the drivers at Brentwood are better than the ones at Lakeside.
I think Lakeside also do some endurance races. Recently there was one, I think 6-hour race was there earlier in the month or last month. It's worth checking out. So what's your plans for karting? Is it you're in the race league now? You're planning to do maybe Club 100 or some other ones like this?
Well, yeah, I was thinking of doing some Club 100. And well, basically, I'm just trying to get into the Super League because it's like a senior league, and then the top 3 from the senior go up into the Super League.
Gotcha. Any advice, Harry? I think you're also going for similar aspirations.
Not really. I don't do Brentwood. I haven't raced there yet, but I'm kind of planning to go there soon.
For Club 100.
Oh yeah. I think we've talked to each other on Instagram a couple of times, so we were planning to do a test day with one another. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. Absolutely. Well, stay in touch, guys. Do you guys follow KTips on Instagram, by the way?
I do on TikTok. I'm not sure about Instagram.
TikTok. Okay. If you're on Insta, shoot me a message. I'll follow back. It's the best way to stay in touch because you have DM and things like that. So yeah, you can go for that. Any other questions, Piers?
No. Yeah. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thanks for sharing your footage, and hope to have you on again. Yeah, soon.
Yeah. Thank you.
Take care, Piers. All right, guys, we have got a few more videos to go through. Who would like to go next?
I mean, I've got 20 minutes, so
let's do it, Harry. I know you've been waiting. Let's pull up your footage from Lid.
I had 3 videos. If you go for the longest one, that's probably the best because it's got the faster laps. Although at the end, my GoPro did fall off, so there's like 7 minutes of just bark that you'll see. So
I think it's this one. Is this the best one? 20 minutes.
Yeah. That should be good.
Super. Talk me through this. This is 100 qualifying or?
So this is the A final. So we get like 3 minutes of warm up to tell if the kart's good enough or not. To be honest, I just didn't really see any issues with the kart, so it probably just slips like probably 3 minutes in to the when we form up. So
yeah,
and then that should be good. So we do a rolling start.
Drive in front spins out. Is that cold tires or damp track? Because it looks quite cloudy as well.
The track wasn't that damp. I just think that it was just cold. It was forecast to rain the entire day, but it didn't. So.
Oh, okay. So you'd say it's about 5 degrees or so at the moment.
It was quite cold. And it's quite a fast track, so it's quite slidey to be fair. Especially through this horseshoe bit, you'd be struggling to keep it flat.
This is I remember this track. There's somebody who submitted some Rotax Senior Max footage from here, and I recognized the corners. Actually, I was wanting to go to Lid. Is it south of England? It's quite.
Yeah, it's very very near the south. It's actually on like an island in a lake, pretty much. So.
Wow! Did they do rental or ride and drive?
They have 4-strokes. I'm pretty sure they do rental owners as well. I think you can like do a test day with them. I'm not sure.
Excellent.
I think I've seen them have like some sort of rental Rotax or something.
Yeah. And look at it. This is the setup of Lid. Lots of chicane style corners, left, right.
It's quite physically challenging because it's quite high speed.
Yes.
And around here as well, because it's Club 100, they don't want you kind of damaging their karts, obviously, since they're not your karts. So they put these tyres everywhere, so it's quite like kind of limited on where to go in terms of curbs and stuff.
Yeah. Any particular corners you were struggling with?
Probably the chicanes. It was just quite bad, to be fair. They were just quite slidey. I could never really get to hit the curb right, and I'd always either wash up wide or wash up quite narrow and like bog kind of.
Yeah. Let's go over that towards the end. I want to see the race start now. So
Yeah, the race start.
talk me through it. This position 10. Are you P10?
So in the pre-final, this is the A final. So in the pre-A final, I started 13th, but I just felt
13th.
quite slow, and I went down to 15th. So this is 15th here. I start.
How many people are behind you?
So it's 26 people in this race.
Okay. So you're nearly in the middle, basically.
Yeah, pretty much in the middle of the pack.
Let's see how this plays out. Actually, this is quite interesting, especially when you're in the middle. You want to go forward. You got people pressuring you from behind. You can almost get sandwiched.
Yeah, and also coming into quite a fast chicane, and it's not like the experience like the entirely like kind of skill like championship, because a lot of people here, it's like their first time in, like, not first time in Club 100, but like they're new to these karts. So it's quite interesting. But we got through turn 1. There was no big crashes. I don't think there's any yellows for the entire race. So.
Wow! Look at this. Green flag. Good discipline, I have to say, so far from everyone.
Gave him a little nudge, so I would follow him through. Almost took out the guy in front of him, actually.
That's acceptable. No. The guy, okay. The chicanes, what are the track limits? It looks like this guy cuts through.
I think it's until you hit the cones or the tires, you're good.
Okay, but no, he doesn't cut, actually. That's I saw that wrong. What I'd say, on the exits?
On the exits of the chicanes and some of the high-speed corners is bark as well. So if you push it, you'll end up in the bark. And the issue is that you'll stop immediately, and then the marshals have to empty out the cart for you, and you have to get out and drag it back onto track and everything. And it's so much longer than like getting on the grass or something.
Yeah. Reviewing your race start, I thought this was quite good. What happened was you're not directly on his bumper yet. You're keeping a bit of a margin to react. Rolling starts is quite important because as soon as you get to turn 1, everything gets congested. It almost becomes like a brake checked point. And you're keeping gap to react to whatever happens. The two lines sort of keep their way as the guys take the curb on the left and you guys are going around the outside. It turns to the inside for the next corner. This way you get a nice exit. It's actually the guy in the orange helmet. He gets off worse. This is what causes the...
He seemed to struggle in those corners as well. He always exited wide and always had a horrible exit, I saw. So I usually like kind of benefited from that when we battled later on into the race.
That's awesome. What I like about this nudge, I mean, we just missed it there, but this is acceptable. So you come through the first couple of corners, and what you want to do is follow the guy on the inside through. This guy's most likely to make an overtake. Give him a nudge, force him through, and follow him through.
Exactly.
What's your thinking now?
Just try and get the guy who was on my outside and just kind of keep the position.
Yeah, very good move there.
And then I always struggled through this kind of like middle sector. I found like always in the race start, so I'd get a gap through here, and I'd always find like myself with like probably like 2 or 3 kart lengths to the kart ahead. But there was quite a lot of working together in the middle pack, especially the guy behind me. I think he kind of sticks his nose in the inside there, so I think we're too wide going to this corner.
Yeah, what happened was you got to run down the inside.
Not really great with these cameras since they only put them on the front.
Yeah. Did you try to defend or did you let him through?
I just think he kind of stuck his nose up and I didn't really see him. And I think it was also just a combination of cold tyres as well, just kind of going wide through there.
Yeah. Did he signal now, let's go forward, or did you signal, let's go forward?
I don't think I signalled anything just yet.
Pass around the outside. Okay.
I knew I was quicker than them because I haven't seen them before. And I was going to work together. I was trying to stay with the pack ahead because they were quite quick and I feel like they were going to go forward, whereas this guy, it seemed that he was going to battle a bit. I think he does signal to work together, but he was also trying to attack, and it was quite interesting, his moves, but whatever.
No, this is really good footage actually, because it looks like the guys in front are your target. You've got to try and stick with them now. It looks like you've maintained position. Small things like this. Let's just go through it.
You should just get the power down too early.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean, that was quite a scary corner because there's a guy who crashed there. He just tried to keep it flat and then ended up in the wall, and there was an ambulance with him on track. He was okay, but it was quite scary.
Just not much runoff is what I can tell there.
It's quite bouncy as well.
Yeah, especially for these corners which lead onto long straights like the main straight. Sometimes it's best to sacrifice a bit of time on entry, even if you have to lift off, brake a bit more. It allows you to take, number one, get on the power earlier. So let's say you're braking early over here, slow it down a bit more than you think, get the best possible exit. What happens in these two-stroke engines, they open up on the straights. You probably hear the tone of the engine change as you go through the revs. So really prioritize the opening up the engine. And you the best way to do that is exit speed. Think about slow in, lay the power back down, fast on exit. Somebody spun out there.
I think he just got caught up there. I'm not really sure what happened.
Yep, that's another position. I'd say what, you're P13 now, or P12?
I think it was P13 or P12, somewhere around that area.
You got, let's say you're P13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. That's P6. You know, that is a really good position to be in because, you know, they're not that far up the road, and they're naturally going to battle. What are you thinking about here? What's your thinking?
I was thinking that if I as long as I kind of stick with the pack ahead, because this really is the, like, I kind of say it actually is the front, because the top odd 5 that they're all in the main championship and they're all like in the A final constantly. I mean, the guy who won was literally winning at Wilton Mill, so it was kind of it was not really a kind of not really a chance of being able to win, it was quite interesting why they do that. But
yeah, that's how it works then. Okay, so they've mixed experiences there. This is really good. Let's see how this plays out.
Still trying to nudge him, so then I could try and get the inside on him. I think I follow the blue suit down the inside here as well.
Beautiful, look at that. Yeah, textbook. That's what you want to do.
I think he tried to hold it, but I just kept it and he backed out because it's quite an interesting spot here. Because there's a curb on the exit. If you get caught up, you can just spin out and that's your race gone.
Really, really good move. So this all starts with them battling. And also, watch you exit out this corner. So last lap you went a bit deep, you missed apex. This time a lot more controlled. Boom, look at that, a lot closer to the apex. Hit the inside, lay the power back down, and that gap's come down. Guys in front going side by side, naturally going to slow each other down. By the time you get to second and third corner, you're near their bumper. Still side by side with those guys. They're going to lose even more time. Bit of nudging as well in front, and now you're in contention. This is a really nice decision that you made. So what happened was, you got the best exit out of here, and you had a choice. Do I follow this guy, or should I go to the inside? And instinctively you chose the inside. Always go for that. That's the easiest way to overtake somebody or follow somebody through for overtakes. Because you followed in front, give him a nudge forward. Hold the inside, hold the inside. Again, look, you went from left back to right because you know the inside is...
it was a really good overtaking spot because you just get the shorter distance as well through that corner.
Super, super. And you made up the position.
So basically, I was just trying to use everything that I kind of got told by Dante Dillon, if you know who Dante Dillon is.
Yeah.
So he works for Club 100, so he was talking to everyone, telling them what to do. So he was just kind of telling everyone, like, get the braking done before the corner. Just get it done. Stop like braking slowly and wasting all the time braking. Just get it done before the corner and kind of just get out of it as quick as you can, obviously. I think he's trying to say, like, kind of how you have your videos on that threshold braking, just try and get the braking done as soon as you can.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny with these karts because they got the two-stroke engine, but they got the rental chassis, which is very heavy. So that chassis, you know, technically it's still a rental kart where the revs need to be high, even though the engine is more powerful. So it's a combination. Yeah, you can trail brake in some corners, but personally, I as you've said, I prefer to get the braking done, try and get the best exit possible. What I found is the moment you lose the revs, it takes time in these engines to build them up. They have that delay. I don't know if you felt where it's and then it spikes.
Kind of like a turbo, I guess. It's not really, but like you kind of feel it like that.
That's it. And you want that spike at the exit of the corner. So get on the gas earlier. What does that mean? Brake earlier. So it's just about being smooth as you drive. We got a good question here from Zubair. Should we use all the track during hot lap or catch the driver in front? What do you think, Harry?
I feel like I feel like if you should catch the driver in front, and usually you can work together, and then you usually find the pack ahead. If you battle with someone, if you find yourself battling with someone, all you're going to do is gain one position. But if you work together with them, then you can find yourself gaining more positions because you got more of the chance to do that.
Exactly, spot on. Remember, you got to try and stay on the line as much as possible. Well, when you go off battle, there's tenths of a second that are lost. It's interesting. I believe you see the guy in the white helmet out there in front.
Yeah.
Was he in this pack before?
Yeah. He was in this pack before.
So there you go. All these guys in front were battling, and he's gained within a lap or so. What are you thinking now? You've passed the guy behind.
To be honest, I think that my kart was slightly bad down the straights, and through this corner, I just couldn't find any of the kind of rear grip. I find myself kind of having to like float on the throttle, and kind of like wait to put it down, because usually you can plant it down there, but I just couldn't find it.
So it's basically these chicanes, right? The right,
they're kind of horseshoe. I guess it's quite high speed as well.
Yeah. This is one of those corners. Okay. What it is, whenever it's a winding corner, you got to think, where should my kart be at the exit, right? And now the exit, as we fast forward, is all the way here, right? You need to set yourself up to be
in a straight line.
Yeah, in a straight line over here. So the way you drive the corner, just by looking at it, if I was learning the track, coming through the fast right, okay, it's a bit too soon, right? Widen up the first entry. Similar to what the guys are doing here, you did a good job over here. Braking over here, how much are you braking? Is it a tap or is it into the corner?
Like it's a kind of little hold, and I feel myself kind of accelerating before kind of the corner as well, like kind of find the power out of there.
It's a bit of a brake early on the gas. Get close to the right. There you go. Okay, perfect. So what happens is, for this corner, you want to take a slightly later apex to try and be more on the right-hand side of the track.
Yeah.
The moment you can be more to the right, then you can flick the kart to the left.
Yeah.
Cross over the track, and ideally even be close to the curb, as the corner ends.
Yeah.
So wide entry, slowly feed the power back down. You'll be more to the right over here, opening up the angle of the corner for the left. And you slowly lay the power down, and full on power as you exit. So maybe that's something you could try next time.
Yeah. It's a weird driving style with these cars as well. Through the high speed, you've got to be quite neutral with it. But through the low speed, you've got to like chuck the car in as if you're like driving on keyboard. It's like full lock into the corners.
That's it. And especially on a cold track, the tires are just so cold as well.
Yeah, and the front just don't like to turn.
Yeah, look, this is another one where widen up the entry so you can take a later apex, just like these guys are doing here. They're taking a nice bit of curb. The wider you can be on the exit to the right, the easier it is to flick the kart to the left.
Yeah.
And as you flick it to the left, that's where you lay the power down and straight line it over these curbs there.
And you kind of find yourself on the curb after the tyres, because otherwise you'll end up in the tyres. Oh, someone was there.
Let's come back, let's come back at you. It seems like another driver.
And then I got collected here which was a bit of an issue, but he did go quite narrow, and I just kind of left the door open. I think they tried to work together here. Yeah.
Ah, there you go. That's the signal.
Little nudge there.
Yeah, just try and push him along as much as possible. This is really good.
They started to battle a bit too much around here. They were kind of like the guy with the white helmet was kind of defending. He was like kind of seeing where he was going and just blocking him off. So I kind of just found the time. I think it was here where he just kind of covers him off.
Yep, already gone a bit defensive there.
And I think I stopped behind for another lap, and then I catch up to them, I think.
Yeah. We're approaching halfway. How many laps was it, this race?
I think it was 15, but it's at the end, it's just barked because the GoPro came off. I took the curb a bit too much.
Okay.
The mounts are a little bit interesting. They're not really GoPro mounts. They're quite interesting. But they started to battle through here.
Whoa, what a move.
So he got quite a bad exit here because he went quite narrow.
Good move to the inside.
He held it around the outside, but that meant he got kind of a bad exit because we was almost in tyres there. I think I just kind of held it here, and I just chuck it down the inside into this next kind of flowing corner.
Beautiful.
I think.
Yep. Nice exit. Commit to the inside, hold it there.
Close the door as well.
Yeah, gotta cover that switchback. Beautiful. That's a really good move. So you set this one up, and he didn't go as defensive actually. So you got to claim the inside here. That's got to be your line. Even feel free to be a bit early on the brakes, but because you've got track position side by side inside, you can then dictate the way, and immediately cut to the left over here. Cover off that switchback. Focus on the guy in front. The guy in front seems quick. I mean, he's opened up a big gap already.
Yeah, I don't really know what happened there. I think then for a couple of laps, I think I missed him. I think I kind of lost him, and I don't think much happened after that anyway. So I think that's kind of the end of everything. Because as I started to get closer, the GoPro decided to fly off here.
Oh,
yeah. I was just pretty much in hot lap mode.
Exactly. That's what your mindset should be. It's a shame because earlier you were close to the guy in the blue helmet, blue and white suit, and these guys somehow caught up and disrupted that flow. But I reckon you could have stuck with that pack and waited for them to battle even more, and try and profit from that. But sometimes you got to be aware of who's behind. If they're closing on you very quickly, right, and they're going to catch you, sometimes it's best to concede in a spot where they can pass you easily and you can get right back onto his bumper and push him. Follow the line. Some drivers feel more confident to lead, he might even be faster. How do the weights work? I mean, how much ballast were you carrying, and what's the minimum weight?
So this was lightweight, so you have to be 70 kilos, but I was lucky enough to be 71, so I was pretty much kind of in the perfect weight, because everyone else was pretty much on weight.
Yeah, super.
I think there was a few people that were a little bit heavier, but I think they were kind of in the bottom pack or in the B or C final.
Right.
So this is kind of the fastest final, but I kind of first time actually in the A, so I was just trying to find how it kind of works because it's a lot more competitive compared to like B final, where it's kind of more split up because it's the B final. The A final is kind of the top, and the B final is kind of all split up because it's directly in the middle of the higher, the middle, and the low.
And I think that's a good achievement in itself, being with the top drivers, because it gives you a benchmark now, and a target. How much experience do you have in karting?
All I've done is a few, I just did indoors since 2022, and then in 2023 I moved outdoors, didn't do really any championships, but then I kind of found myself, well, what's the point of just sitting indoors? Because there's not really, you hit kind of a bottleneck in indoor karting, and then you kind of have to move outdoors. And I got told by a few people, like Club 100, that's probably somewhere to go, and Brentwood, which I'm probably planning to go soon. And I think I'm planning to probably do D-Maxes when I turn 14 as well.
Excellent. Well, the skills you learn from indoor, things like racecraft and even racing line and things, it does translate over, but then the power that you have on outdoors, like these are 2-stroke engines, the track surface. These are bumpy tracks with very harsh curves. Which other tracks have you done outdoors?
So I did Wilton Mill, which is pretty fun with the new layout. Shannington as well. Oh, that's where the GoPro comes off. So then Shannington as well, which is pretty fun.
Yeah, Shannington. Wow.
Yeah, it's a pretty good track. I did that in the electric go-karts as well, which is all right.
Really?
They're like when they're on full power, they're like mini max spec, so they're pretty quick to be fair.
Yeah. Excellent.
No, I think I've also done Lakeside and Buckmore in their rentals as well as that.
Yeah. Have you tried any of the Daytona tracks?
No, not yet. But I'm planning on doing D-Max soon, somewhere.
Yeah, Daytona D-Max is interesting. I believe there's junior engines, restricted junior engines, whereas what you did in Club 100 are actual senior engines. Is that correct?
I think they're juniors. They're junior and they run really rich. So
okay, all right, interesting. I heard different things. I'd love to do a round actually, but as you know, the waiting list is huge.
I think there's a few that are open sometimes. If you check their Instagram, if you're ever wanting to, I think if they usually have like an experienced one, a bit like mine. So it's kind of for the new drivers that want to try out the karts. And they also have like testing when other people at races, so anyone can really do the testing.
Excellent. No, that's something I'd definitely look into when I'm in UK next. I believe there's a big community in Club 100 because they. I mean, what are the prizes for the championship?
I think my friend who won the Super Cadets in 2022. He got like a fully funded race weekend with Daniel Ricciardo series.
Amazing! Wow.
The issue with that was that he ended up having someone fly over him in turn one. So, yeah, it was quite a big crash. But I think he's all right. Well, he was all right. So he kind of missed out on it. But they have some big prizes to do with Daniel Ricciardo series. They're linked with the like BIKC, so they're like a prize in themselves as well.
Yeah.
That's it, really.
That's excellent. I think what you can do is set out sort of a plan across the year. These are the different races that are going on. I know Daytona have something nearly every month. What's your closest Daytona track to you?
Sandown Park, which my mate does, so he can kind of guide me around there as well.
Yeah, Sandown. Sandown's quite competitive. I recently did Keynes. That's also very competitive. Tamworth, which is quite north, that's also worth trying out. But if you want to experience it, do one of the standard practice sessions. They do 20-minute practice or 40-minute race. Otherwise, you can get a team of friends together, do one of the endurance races. Those are quite fun.
We're planning on doing a 3-hour with our friends in the
3 hour. Yeah, that is really, really good. Let's keep in touch. Yeah, if you shoot me a message on Instagram, follow you back. Next time I'm in UK, I'd love to do some driving with you guys.
Yeah, sure. Awesome. Okay, cool.
Anything else you wanted to add on?
No, I think that's pretty much it. I'm at Rye House in June, but yeah, that's it really.
If you have any footage, be sure to share it. Would love to have you back on to review it with you.
Hopefully I have a GoPro mount to fit my GoPro too then.
It doesn't go off, yeah? Just make sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Take care, Harry. It's been a pleasure. All right, guys. So we have a couple more drivers left. It looks like we lost. Was it Adrian? Adrian joined earlier. Who would like to go next, guys? We got Stevie, Zubair, and Mail.
Well, I've got nothing to offer.
Actually, Stevie, I saw your post on the Academy page, and you had your first go in a go-kart, 800-meter track. Where was that?
It was at Blyton Park.
Blyton Park, all right.
It's a local circuit, and I went yesterday, and I took 5 seconds off my previous lap time.
Wow, that is super. You know what? I'm going to bring up.
Pretty slow to start with.
Do you remember? Is this Blyton Park Race Kart Center? This is the amazing. I'm trying to figure out. Is this near?
It's near Games.
Yeah, this is near PFI. Paul Fletcher International. That's one of the top. If we put directions on PFI. PFI is an FIA approved karting track. I say it's near. It's actually an hour. It's showing 45 miles, but this is this near Sheffield. Okay, Lincoln, Sheffield. Okay, I remember when I was in UK last year, I passed through this place near Lincoln to go to PFI. I would love to visit Race Car Center because it looks like a nice outdoor track. If we take a look at some more clips on Google, we could have some videos as well. It looks like we've even got a track guide. So somebody's put up a track guide. Let's quickly take a look at this whilst we stop presenting. Present. Have you seen this video before?
No, I don't think so.
How to Drive Fast at Blyton Park by Gus Brook. It looks like he's a regular driver.
Help you as well drive fast around Blyton Park. Enjoy it. So, the final corner.
Yeah. Oh, they're talking about the car.
It'll feel like you've
Gotcha. I was gonna say that looks too big to be a karting track. So this is the cars, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first one you showed was the kart track, but this is
September 2020. Looks like this one. This is a good bit of footage. Ian Clearly. Is this the place? Oh. Are you able to see my screen?
Nope. We're all frozen.
It's frozen, yeah. Okay, stop presenting. No wonder. Okay, yeah. Now you'll be able to see my screen. Is this Blyton? Wow, that's awesome. Let's go through it. Actually, how often are you going to this place?
Once a week.
Once a week.
Yeah. They're coming round here, and they're heading towards the hairpin where I have the most trouble. I'm sort of braking there and trying to get a late apex there. But
gotcha.
Successful.
I'm just going to familiarize myself with this track. This looks amazing, especially this daytime footage. So you had that. This is a brief straight. We're coming on to back end of the lap now, it looks like.
Yep.
Whoa, that's that's tight.
And then I brake there, because there's only 2 spots that you actually brake.
Gotcha.
The rest is flat out.
Wow. Let's just watch one more lap of this driver, just to get a feel of it. This looks like a very tight hairpin. Very tight hairpin.
Very tight.
Yeah, exit speed is crucial there. You've got some nice karts, Sodi karts. These look quite powerful as well. Back end of the lap again. All flat. What was your timing last time?
44 seconds.
44 seconds.
Yeah, the lap
44.
is 38.
The lap record is 38.
38.
Would love to see the 38. This starts at 147 and it ends. I'm just gonna to give a comparison how well this drive is doing. 147 to 229. So we're looking at 10, 20, 30. I'm trying to do mental maths. 57, 07, 17, 27. Okay, this driver is doing 42 seconds. Let's say 43, benefit of the doubt. So this driver is actually doing something very similar to you. I want to try and get a better understanding of the lap. It looks like as we approach the first corner, how are the track limits for this chicane? Because it's a right, left, right as we approach it here. So it looks like you're able to cut across this curb. How about this curb? Because it looks like two different surfaces. Do you go all four wheels?
No, I tend to stay on the hatch markings.
Yeah, I continue to do that. That's the racing rules. 2 wheels within the track. This is actually, considered a corner cut. It's better you stay within the track. Now, the first corner, it's typically a long right into a fast left. So, is there any braking you're doing for this turn?
On the corner there, I tend to brake where the tires start.
Gotcha, on the left side.
Yeah.
Amazing. So we've got some tires. Are these tires always there?
Yes.
Amazing. That's helpful because we're always looking for some kind of reference for braking. Yeah. What we can tell, I'm going to skip to another lap because this guy was looking back through turn 1. Let's see, maybe through here. Yeah, this is a better clip. I want you to observe the curbs over here at the inside. Okay, he keeps looking back. Anyway, I would say this corner is a late apex. Reason why it's a late apex is entire screen. Let me bring up the track map. Track map. Lighton Park. Let's put it in satellite. Boom. Yeah, there we go. Looking at it from an overhead view, it's a typical hairpin turn, right?
Yep.
And let's just reduce the thickness on this. What you want to do is take late apex to set up for the next corner. So when we're dealing with turn 1, we're actually thinking ahead to turn 2. Now turn 2 is a fast left. So what we want to do, enter the corner as wide as possible. We got some black tires over here. Yep. Almost use that as a reference. Look towards that so it drags you out wide. Brake deep into the corner. Try to go for a sharp late turn in. And just where I've circled the yellow, that's where you want to be on the curb. What you'll notice is the curb sticks out, right?
Yeah.
The curb, or rather the curb gets thick over there. So that's where you want to put 2 wheels over. 2 wheels over the curb, and then stay on the right-hand side of the track. So try to get 2 wheels over this, half of the kart over the this patch over here, and stay towards, I'd say, the right. Fast left, flat out, doesn't look like you should have any issues with that. But it's very tight, I must say. Just looking at this footage, though, the track is very, very tight on it on exit. As this driver is doing right up to the outside, talk me through the fast left. Is this quite straightforward for you, or how are you currently dealing with it?
Coming towards it and then braking sharply and staying on the right hand side so I can take the left there.
Mm-hmm. You're braking here.
No, I'm not braking there. That's
okay.
where I'm gathering the speed up.
Gotcha.
I brake on the hairpin, so to speak, and then everything else is flat out.
Gotcha. So it's about positioning of the kart. How about, so we've done the first left. Now coming into the next left, is this straightforward? This looks...
Go over that.
Yep. Go over that on the left side.
Go over that and then stop stop there and follow through to the next hairpin. Flat out.
Boom. All right. Before we get to the hairpin, this is one interesting thing to observe is the actual flow of the track. So what you'll see is this driver's done a similar line. Follow the black tires on the right. You want to take the shortest path possible to the next corner. So don't go out wide over here. No. Stay to the right. Hug this black tire wall. And that will help you take the shortest distance. As the tire wall ends, now you can make a perfect straight line towards the next curb, right? And that's where you want to start opening up the corner. Remember, it gets quite tight here. We're preparing for a typical hairpin turn. Have as wide entry as possible. So before we look at the onboard, I want to look at the offboard. And you can tell that it's a sweeping right immediately into a sharp hairpin. As you told me earlier, target a late apex, always on a hairpin turn late apex. What that means is you go deep into the corner, heavy on the brakes, sharp late turn in, skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, hit the corner at the late apex, and carry that speed out of the corner. So sharp late turning is what we're looking for. Let's increase the thickness of this. Talk me through the braking reference. Is there anything concrete here, or is it on feel?
The past couple of times, there's been a tyre with a cone. I don't know whether it's been set up for...
This one?
Yeah, there's that one.
Okay.
There's 3. I tend to brake halfway, halfway between those 2 tyres.
Yes.
Yeah.
So here, boom.
Yeah. About
there. Excellent.
And then run as wide as I can.
Yeah.
And then about there, closer, I'll put the power back on.
Gotcha. To exit out.
Yeah.
So when we're dealing with a hairpin turn, which is as tight as this, I always encourage early braking, right? Reason you want to do early braking is because you want to be accelerating out of the corner as fast as possible. What happens is such a tight corner that you have to slow the car down a lot, carrying a lot of speed on entry. What tends to happen is drivers will carry too much entry speed. And like this driver's done in this case, boom. He's missed the apex completely, right?
Yeah.
He's turning in very sharply as well. If you notice on a steering wheel, it's got full lock to the right. But now he lays the power down and his kart is suffering. He's trying to build up those revs.
Yeah.
What I want you to do is get your braking done nice and early in the corner. Make sure you have control on the kart. It's not sliding. It's not drifting. And then immediately, as you said, lay the power down before the apex. Close the distance towards the red and white curb. Currently, are you driving over this red and white curb? What are you doing?
Probably about 4 or 5 inches.
So you're just kissing it?
Yeah, basically.
Perfect. Have you tried going beyond that? So to about halfway, let's say. Have you experimented that before?
No.
I would start experimenting half of the curb at least, because what this will tends to do is give you a boost. It's about the type of angle that you hit out, how much curb you take. Generally, the more curb you take, the more track you're reducing, right? The less curb you take, the more distance you're basically going to travel. So try and make this path as short as possible. That's something you can experiment. It may work, it may not work, but always good to try things out, especially if you're going on a regular basis like you are. In terms of the braking, it's fascinating. Boom. So you're braking about here.
About there.
Yeah. Just visually looking at it, it looks about right because you've got plenty of time until the actual apex of the corner. Is it a hard brake? Is it a trail brake? What kind of technique are you using?
It's a hard brake.
Yes. Are you feeling the rear end sort of slip out on you slightly?
No.
Okay.
Yeah. So no, but I am concentrating a little too much on the braking.
Yeah.
And I'm forgetting to turn.
Ah, gotcha. And are you having to do excessive steering, a bit like what this guy is doing here? He's putting almost a lot.
Yeah.
Gotcha. One thing you can try then at this corner is using the brakes to turn. And what you'll notice is all these karts, the brakes are at the rear. So the harder you press it, the more the rear will step out on you and actually rotate. You might have seen on some of my videos on braking, I demonstrate how the rear end is just stepping out and you counter steering almost through some corners. That's because you're applying so much brake pressure that your brakes are turning the kart for you. What you want to do is keep a relatively neutral steering position. The moment you go, beyond 15 or 30 degrees of steering angle, that's scrubbing the tires, you're slowing down. And this seems like a perfect corner to practice using the brakes to turn, because you're carrying a lot of speed into the corner. And I mean, I respect the fact that you haven't got much runoff. It's only bushes. So if you do spin out, it'll be a trip into those bushes. But no, of course, you do things in stages, Start with applying 5% more pressure, then 10% more pressure on the next lap. Build it up, have a ramp up stage, so getting to that peak pressure. And then once you feel the rear end stepping out, you found that threshold, right? And the quicker you can find the threshold, the less you have to turn. As soon as the car hits the threshold, the rear will step out, and that's where you'll be counter steering rather than full lock steering to the right to turn the car. What you want to do though is continue to keep the braking early for that, because we said it's a tight corner. There's no point carrying way too much entry speed and then getting bogged down on exit. No, the opposite. Sacrifice time on entry by braking a bit earlier, so you can use pretty much this part of the track to be on the accelerator, get back onto the accelerator, accelerate through the corner. One thing to help as well, because going back to the actual corner itself, going for a late apex. Late apex always means straight line brake. So continue in a straight line. Whenever you continue in a straight line, make sure you're looking at some kind of reference. I would be looking towards the end of this curve. So look towards the end of the curve over there. We're getting closer, Probably in real life, it's clearer that the two surfaces change color. This is slightly darker on the right. This is slightly lighter. So look directly between the two surfaces. And what you'll do is naturally drive towards that in a straight line. And almost as if you're going to overshoot. And at the last moment, then you cut back and do a sharp right. So essentially it becomes a V, right? That you're doing. It takes a lot of practice. That's why, this is something you can spend your next session just working on, lap by lap, slowly doing it. I know it's a lot of information. Again, you can review this back, what I'm explaining, but really, the first time you go back out on track next week, do this exact experiment at slow speed. So first 3 laps at slow speed. I'm mimicking. You probably won't even have to brake. So you'll be lifting off your, even if it's walking pace, but feeling out the line. So you're deliberately going slow at a walking pace. I'm going to pretend to overshoot the corner, then initiate my turn-in. At slow speed again, make sure I'm getting close to the apex and getting onto that line. Then the next lap, increase the pace, increase the speed until you get to about lap 5 or lap 7, where that's where you're back in your race speed again. Key corner, I know we spent a bit of time on it, but that looks like a key corner in the track.
It is, yeah, it's one I have most trouble with.
Yeah, so lots of different things to try out there. But step by step is what I'd say. This final part of the track looks nice and flowing. Absolutely flat out, I assume.
Yeah.
It's quite straightforward for you, this fast left, right?
Mm-hmm.
Whenever it comes to sections of the track like this, I would always say it's straightforward, but what about the placement of the car? Are you taking the shortest distance possible?
No. If you can see down the center, there's a line.
Okay. On the exit, right, of this corner? Or
what there?
Yeah.
Like
very vaguely.
When you get round, I try and get the right hand wheel on that line, and I find that sets me up for the left hand.
That's it. This line, right, in the middle.
That's it. Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. So use references like that. Yep.
Yeah.
Put the right hand wheel onto the outside, and I can see what you mean already. It sets you up for the fast left. As you get to the left now, boom, straight line. Make that straight line as possible. Foot down to the floor. What I would say in this case, minimal steering input. Get as close to the barriers as possible. Similar to what this guy's doing. You can fit a piece of paper through there. Get nice and tight to the barriers, minimizing the track width. Getting onto the curb slightly, into the fast right. On exit, use the track. Feel free to get up to the white line. This is interesting. The final couple of corners. Very interesting. Yeah. What this driver is doing is they're taking a tight line. So as we come onto the back straight, look how they're turning the steering wheel already to the right. And what happens is by the time we get to the first of the zigzag, he's on the right-hand side of the track. So what's going to happen is, eventually, as this section ends, he's going to end up thrown out wide. What that means, he's gone tight again, but look how the corner sharpens up to the right over here. This is where he gets thrown out. You can tell he's exceeded track limits, he's over the curb and beyond the white line. So how can you overcome that? Instead of tightening up the entry, think about a wide entry, right? You might be able to see as well, the wider you take it, almost from the pit sign, the straighter line you can cause like that. It goes almost across. Difficult to draw there. Let me get the track map up. Yeah, this is better. So what the current driver is doing is he's doing this straight line. And what's ending up is, by the time he gets here, he's almost into the wall. What you want to do is have a wider entry from here and cut directly across the zigzag. So you can see that we've gone above there, and above there. So cut across, cut across, cut across. Yeah?
Yeah.
What are you currently doing at the moment for this one? Similar to this guy, or are you going slightly wider?
Yeah, I'm a little bit wider.
Yeah, a bit wider.
To the left. So I've got better visual.
Yeah. That's important. You want to have space. See how tight he is? He's compromising his entry for the right. Because ultimately, we want to be fast this corner. So he's entered it very quickly. He's got thrown off wide, and he's jumping the curb. Normally in a race, you'd get penalty or disqualified for that. So what you want to do, widen it up and actually prioritize this curb to get onto. If you can get two wheels onto this curb, the angle of the corner becomes wider. And as we get to the curb, so we'll be wider, we'll be at least two wheels on the curb. Now we can cut across the track in a straight line.
So the first hash mark, are you just hissing it?
Yeah. The outside or the inside?
The outside.
Okay. Yeah.
Straighten it up. He's just kissing it.
And then he cuts to the right.
Yeah. So how many wheels do you put on that?
On here.
Yeah.
That's debatable. You see, is this really a curb or is it just paint? That inside part. Okay. Is it a change of surface from tarmac to a curb?
No, it's concrete.
So it's just been painted over?
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say it's acceptable to cut that then. And the track limits are defined by the barriers. In this case.
So,
yeah. So don't bother doing that. You can straight line it. And technically the track limits are the black barriers. However, it gets a bit different for this because this is an actual curve, it looks like, right?
Yeah.
It's it goes up, there's a peak, and then it drops down. So this actually damages the kart. When you ride over in the middle like this, you don't want to do that. Maximum you want to do, again, 2 wheels over the curb. So just get right up to about here, this portion. All of this part, don't go over. This is allowed. The left side is not. And that's a quick lap at Blyton Park. I reckon if you're able to implement those small things we've done, 42 is possible. From 44 at least to 42. When is the next time you're planning to go?
Thursday at 3 o'clock.
Amazing. Are you going with a group of friends or are you?
No, just myself.
So you have the track to yourself, I guess.
Yeah.
That is really, really good because you can't beat that track time. When you have a free track, you have time to experiment and practice things. How many sessions do you book or how long do you actually drive for?
This is my first session, practice session without an instructor.
Ah, okay. You've had an instructor before this.
Oh yes.
That's priceless because when you have someone, reviewing your own driving, giving you some pointers, it helps a lot. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it's quite blind what you're doing because you're doing it based on your feeling and you're trying to assess your own performance and then it gets difficult. Try it out. We've gone over some tips and tricks. Any particular corners other than those that you need help with?
No, the first corner, I practically got it sorted.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's perfect, but I practically got it sorted. But it's that tight hairpin that's giving me the most trouble.
Yeah. I would say prioritize early braking. Don't turn the wheel as much. To use the brakes a bit more in that corner.
Yeah.
And always go for a late apex there. It's a sharp late turning. Pretend you're going to overshoot the corner, turn at the last minute, or use the brakes hard at the last minute. Accelerate out the corner. That should be your trick to a faster timing.
Well, like you say, I'm going to 3 or 4 or 5 laps, start off at walking pace and then build up from there.
It's not a race you're doing on Thursday.
Just doing it for fun.
Exactly.
I don't intend to race ever.
You will soon. You will. You will get to that stage.
No, sir.
Even if it's a local race at Blyton Park, I would encourage you to join.
I just enjoy what I do.
No, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear that you're practicing regularly there, and let me know how it goes. I'd really be interested to.
Well, I'll be here next week.
Super. You're welcome. Is it Steve or Stevie? I hope I'm pronouncing correctly.
Either or.
Either or. What do you prefer?
I prefer Stevie.
Stevie, like Stevie Gerrard.
Yeah.
Super. Been a pleasure, Stevie. Let's catch up next week, hopefully, with a faster timing. That's for sure.
Hope so.
Take care.
Thank you.
And we are down to Zubair and Muyal. Muyal, let's
Yes.
finish off with Muyal because you got some footage, and then I'm going to come to
Yes.
Zubair after he's got some questions as well.
Okay.
You've been very patient. I hope you're not running late for time as well.
No, it's starting to get a bit late, but it's fine.
Okay. Your footage is that the Romanian track?
No, it's I'll put it in the chat, the group chat.
FL Kart?
FL Kart Origin.
Perfect.
Right.
I've got it up over here. Don't worry.
Okay.
So I think it was Andre then that we lost. It's okay. Maybe in the next session he can try and join. Talk me through this. I hope I'm pronouncing your name. Is it Muyal? Muyal? Muyal.
Yeah.
Muyal.
It's fine if you don't get it. I know it's complicated.
No. I want to get it right. Muyal, right?
Mayol.
Muyal, talk me through FL Kart. This looks like a short track. First of all, we got a nice track diagram on the top right.
Yes, so I've put the photo that they took when they do drone footage occasionally. So it's a relatively short and twisty, very twisty outdoor track.
Yeah.
And on this session, it was where I was with only one other friend, so we were just doing lap times.
Okay.
Go to
this. How often do you race here?
I go there. Well, it depends on the month, but it's one of the tracks I go the most because, well, I really like it, and it's one of the most accessible ones.
Yeah.
Around here.
Excellent.
And I've recently done a endurance race there. They do a lot of SWS sprint and occasionally some endurances.
Awesome. Was it a 3-hour or 6-hour endurance?
It was a 2-hour endurance, but it wasn't from. It's not footage from that.
Gotcha.
From.
Is this your fastest lap that we're watching?
Yes, this is my fastest lap.
Okay. What's the timing on it?
So the best, for the time for this lap was a 36.8.
36.8.
And the best time on that track is a 35.7.
Okay, not bad. So you're within a second or so of the record. Let's see what we can do to improve that. What I want to do first is just familiarize myself with the flow of it. Just talk me through these corners. Turn one.
So the second and third turns are basically hairpins, consecutive hairpins. The two next, the two turns before the first straight are kind of like a chicane.
Yep, right, left, quite tight.
Then we have one of the, it is the fastest corner of the track.
Wow.
It can be taken, on a good day, it can be taken flat out.
Yep, whoa.
And near the pit entry, we have another few hairpins.
Is this a dip in the track? Does it go down?
Yes, it's a dip in the dirt, and I often use it. I often put my tire in it to help me turn.
Awesome. Initially, it looked deeper than it is. Is it quite deep or?
I'd say it's about 3 to 5 centimeters dip.
Okay.
It is quite deep.
Yeah. Final couple of corners now.
The two final corners, and this is another. This is the only. The last corner they just had is the only one they say that you can take it flat out.
Gotcha. So everywhere else is either lift or brake.
Exactly.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm looking at the track map, then I'm looking at the footage, and I see we're going down. This is really nice where you put overlay you've added. Really, really useful. Because what we can tell is the different corner angles. So like turn 1 is a hairpin and turn 2 is a hairpin, but turn 2 is a lot tighter than turn 1. Let's look at turn 1. Turn 1 is a typical, I'd say, fast left-hand hairpin with braking. Now it's interesting.
Yes.
What are you using for braking for reference over here?
I usually do a short braking. I brake for a short period of time.
Yep.
Around the second position line level.
Let me just put F11. Okay, that's better. So there's a grid slots over here.
So at the around the second
one. Wow.
Second one, I kind of brake around there.
That is awesome. It's really intriguing to know people's how people use different reference points. So this is very good because the thing with the grid mark or grid slot, it stays consistent. Like it's not going to move forward or back. It's a very reliable reference point. Hit the brakes there. It's a nice effort you did over here. Actually, you've hit the brakes. You've got rotation. Look at your steering wheel. Actually, you're slightly counter steering. So you've hit that threshold, and you've maintained that neutral steer. What sort of apex are you going for? Is it a middle apex?
I kind of try to go. I won't say touching the tires, but close to it.
Yeah.
Usually in kind of a mid apex.
Mid apex.
Early to mid apex.
Early to mid, yeah. So you've come onto the red and white. This is just paint, right?
Yes, it's paint on around the entire track. It's only
on the entire track. Okay. It's just then that's fine to ride over as much as you want.
Yes.
It's good. It's easy though to identify different apexes. So this is early to mid. You hug the part. I would say this looks absolutely fine. And what I like is, look, you've used the full track width over here. Now we're coming into the tricky section. Are you struggling with these turns, the hairpin, double hairpins?
I used to at least, but I feel like I kind of still do a little. I try to hug the inside of the first turn to have a better exit on the second.
Yeah, this is a typical slow speed hairpin, double hairpin turn. What happens? You're carrying a lot of speed on entry, and then boom. If I had the volume up over here, you'd hear the revs. You know the revs actually here. They're quite low.
Yes.
Let me just open a track map for you. FL kart.
It's a kart origin. The FL is for fastest lap, so it's
sorry.
Just the
kart origin. Kart origin. There we go. There's only one kart origin. How do you? Is it shift?
I can send you the image if you want as well.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, if you could go ahead, you've got a nice image. That's fine. Because I want to rotate it so we can see at different angles.
Can I put it in the chat? I don't know.
Maybe in school.
No. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in schools. I'm gonna put it in the pin post, the pin thread.
Go for it.
There we go.
All right. Oh, beautiful. That's very high res as well.
Yes.
Download, share. So what I was trying to explain is, there we go. Let's look at it as if we're approaching the first hairpin into the second. So naturally, this is going to be very low speed. Whenever you tackle a double hairpin, there should only be one braking point. So this should be the first braking point. The rest of the corner should be flat out, but it's about where you position the kart. What I would recommend, as this kart has done here, is hitting a relatively late apex. You have to hit a late apex for the first hairpin over here. So you go deep into the corner, hard on the brakes, skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, hit a late apex. What happens is, let me try and do that. slightly wider entry. Boom. As we hit a late apex, notice how...
Yes, you're directly on the outside of for the
outside,
next,
exactly that. You want to open up the angle for the second corner as much, and this is the corner where you take flat out, and you can get away with a middle, maybe late apex. So late apex for here, let's say a middle apex over here, and also put F flat out. You've got the general idea. So I'll go back to your footage. You did a very good attempt, actually. That back. What's your reference for braking for the second?
I usually use the it's not tire marks, but it's the rubber in the track.
Okay.
It's kind of shine a bit. It kind of changes the
maybe on the video
track surface.
So clear.
Well, I'm basically on the rubber then section.
So nice and wide.
Yes, and
it's on
the two spots basically. I use those and I kind of brake well around. Here's where the footage is right here.
This is about here. What I want to look for on this lap, if this was your fastest, look at where you're turning and where you're braking. Let's first look at the braking. So I want to observe the...
I think we kind of see where I brake when I press the pedal on my foot in the footage, but I'm not sure.
Sure. Let me just reset this. Task manager. Restart. Okay. There we go. So I'm just going to look at your left foot here. Boom. Yeah. Beautiful. Right here. It's an early brake you're doing, which is great. Look at how you're turning. As soon as you brake, you're initiating turning. If you look at the bottom of the screen, you're turning, you're turning. So you're turning slightly early. What that's done is essentially you've hit a mid to early apex, right?
Yes.
And you're straightening up the wheel, and then you're turning back left, right? And this is such a minute thing, right? Very, very minute thing. It's called a correction, where you have steering angle, then you correct yourself, then you go back again. So just one more time. On entry, you're turning in early, and what you realize mid-corner now is let me straighten up, right? Because I'm going to hit the barrier otherwise. So you straighten up. And then you realize, no, I need to go closer to the apex because look, there's still a gap. So boom, you initiate a bit more turning. Flip of the barrier as well. I mean, this is awkward. It sticks out, so I understand. And then you end up pretty much in the middle of the track over here. Now, as an overall, doesn't look that bad, you know. It's acceptable. And that's why initially when I saw this, I said it's fine. One thing you could experiment is just delaying the turn-in by half a second over here. So brake at a similar spot, but just continue in a straight line. Look ahead towards the black barriers a bit more. I know instinctively you want to turn where you are turning at the moment, but if you delay it ever so slightly, and I say you have a nice reference here,
yes,
maybe when you come in line with this patch. So once your front tires
are lined with the spots.
Or the spots, do a turn in there. That's a very nice reference. And notice how you go to the outside of the spots. So you're using this part of the track, widen up the entry. The wider you take your entry and the later you brake, so wider you take the entry, deeper you go, and the later you turn as well, the easier it is to take a late apex. You won't believe it's just a simple rotation. So just go deep into the corner, stay wide, and you can easily do that late apex. Now, one rotation of steering angles, as opposed to, you know, correcting yourself, you know, left, middle, initiate turn again, one angle of rotation, and end up here. Yeah.
Yes.
So
I've actually never realized I did a small correction.
It's tiny things. You won't believe. And it's once you experiment, a new line like this, you might feel the differences. So what you want to do by staying to the left, just be wider. The wider you can be, the earlier you can be on
the
the
easier it is.
And the easier you turn, less steering input. You're turning the steering wheel less. Watch on the right, boom. We're having to put a whole load of steering angle just to make the corner here because taking it tighter, yeah? So experiment with that. Checking my track map on the top right is very useful again. We're coming into the chicane, and on the overhead. No, this is the chicane. Yeah, this is the chicane.
Yes.
Beautiful. I have to say, again, the effort there, wonderful. Really good attempt at the line. All I see in this image, though, is you're just sliding the kart a bit too much.
It is possible.
Yeah. What's happening? The first part of the chicane, you go from right, and as you go to left, the tires are scrubbing ever so slightly. Ever so slightly. Now, one more time. It's acceptable. It's acceptable. It's not a bad effort at all. What I would say is, have you tried lifting over here? Are you tapping the brake?
I actually lift. I sometimes tap the brake slightly for rotation.
Yeah.
And I often keep the throttle off a little bit.
Yeah.
And something that
go for it.
Something that's hard with this turn is that the tire wall is it's people often run into it. So in this case, it was kind of moved, but it's supposed to be on the curb, on the paint.
So over here, this is meant to
no,
be.
the next turn.
Oh.
It's way off the paint, so it's often moved like this because of people running into it.
That looks very tight.
Sometimes they put it back.
Yeah, if the tire wall was like that, it's a very sharp right. Otherwise, because you know how you're taking the corner there. That'd be so awkward. You think they'll change that?
They often move back the wall where it's supposed to be, but it's actually quite often where it is in the video right here.
Gotcha. And that will impact the lap time, by the way, as well.
Yes, a lot.
A lot. that will be the 1 second. No, just looking on the overhead, you can see how sharp this section is, right?
Yes.
So it's almost a double hairpin in itself. What you want to do is prioritize the exit speed out of the last part of the chicane. So what you got to do is set up the entry perfectly, and you're doing that fine. Because what I like is from the left-hand side of the track, you're cutting to the right. So you're setting yourself up to have a wide entry. Then you're cutting into the left. As you cut to the left, you can then open up the right and then drive that in a straight line. So the line is great. You've got the concept. It's just about how much speed we're carrying. And what I would recommend, let's go back to the footage actually. Where are you lifting? Is it on feeling or is it on
I feel like it's on feeling, kind of.
Because there's no real reference here, right?
There's not really any references, but kind of a bit before I start turning. Maybe
before you start turning, okay.
Maybe half seconds before.
Super.
And sometimes I tap the brake.
You tap the brakes. Yeah, it's one of those where should I lift? Should I brake? I think you did a great job, right? It's just with the audio, I'm hearing a bit of like the tires scrubbing. We're just picking on small things over here. Maybe try a brake next time. But I don't know. I'm not convinced with the brake. I feel the brake is suitable if the barriers here are tighter, because immediately this corner becomes sharper for you. You have to set up the next. So maybe lift for longer, ever so slightly. Or I think this is one thing you can try. Lift at the same point, but slowly feed the power down. When you lay the foot down on the gas again, don't be too instant, because when you instantly do it, it can cause a slide because you're also turning to the left. Lay the power down, progressively. That might be smoother for you. Other than
that's kind of something I'm trying to do.
Yes.
But in the moment, it's kind of hard to, because you're doing 2 turns, 3 turns can sit it in directly back to back.
Consecutively, exactly. It's all about patience.
Yes.
Believe it or not. Similar with doing a late apex for turn 2, is being patient enough to delay the turn in. You got to be patient enough to trust. Sometimes we're too eager. I want to turn. Same with the next corner over here. I want to get onto the gas. Just be progressive and wait for the kart to grip, and then you can be full. You'll be out that corner like that. It looks good. It looks really good, though. We refer back to our track map. You seem to have a long straight.
Yes, there's just a kind of sort of because of the lamppost, it kind of comes back again, but it's not really a problem.
Andre, welcome back. We were missing you, actually. I hope it didn't get too late for you.
No, it's good. Happy to be back.
We'll hopefully try and do you shortly after Zubair. You got some footage that we'll go through, yeah?
Oh, I actually don't have footage. I just came here to see how the session works. I will submit something for next week.
No worries. That's fine. So we're approaching, as per our track diagram on the top right,
yes,
a fast left.
Exactly.
Wow, is that flat?
They say that you should lift, but I usually try to do it flat, and I usually manage to do it when the tires are warm.
Absolutely. It's definitely dependent on track conditions. How often does it rain here?
It kind of depends on the season. That day, it was the last session that was dry, because 10 minutes later, it started raining.
Gotcha. I'm trying to locate. This is, would you say this is south of France?
It's mid-south of France.
Okay. So you do still get like rain and things like that?
Yeah, we have
regularly.
We regularly have rain and a lot during not a lot during summer and the end of spring, but
gotcha.
We usually have a lot of rain otherwise.
Would you say it's about 15 or 10 degrees, like on this day, for example?
This day it was probably around 15 degrees Celsius.
15 degrees, okay. Yeah. Play around with it. I think the guys who are lifting is just when there's less grip, as you said. And right here, you're on the limit. Watch your steering again. What's happening is initiating a turn into the left, and as you're carrying more and more speed, then the tires are losing grip. So as they lose grip, you're counter steering. Yep, counter steering, slight counter steering. Correct the steering back to a neutral position, and it immediately throws you into a fast left. So just to clarify this corner, play around with it. Sometimes go with a lift and then progressive feeding of the throttle, or go flat. What about your body weight? Are you leaning in these corners?
I try to lean to the outside.
Yeah, this looks like a typical corner where you got to just shift that body weight to the outside. Get the load, the grip on the outside tires. It'll help a lot with rotation.
I actually saw the difference when between times that I didn't.
That you didn't, yeah. It's one of those corners where you got to use your body weight. This is a very small thing. What you want to do is try to target a late apex for this corner. Reason you want to do a late apex is, there we go. It's not very clear with this, but later if This is my late apex. It's easier to get to the next corner in a straight line. Yeah?
Yeah.
Almost like that. And you are attempting that. What happens is, if you go a bit too early or even in the middle, let's say about here, what's going to happen is you'll end up going early and then you have to go around the corner like this. Yeah, you do almost a zigzag. You go from right back to left. So going back to my track map, what happened here is you went ever so slightly early. So you're going in, you see where the apex starts over here. This is an early part of the apex. You've hit the, I'd say, middle apex. Now what's happened is, we were trying to target the late apex. You're now being thrown out ever so slightly wide, and you see, boom. Now we've ended up on the right-hand side of the track. And what's happened is, look at how this corner becomes almost a right one. Yeah, you have to put steering angle and watch as you go to the right. Boom. At the bottom of the screen, having to turn sharply to the right. And then you go to the left. So that's that zigzag that we're talking about. What you could experiment, delay the turn, be a bit more patient. I would say as the line on the right-hand side starts to end and go into the black barriers, you see there's a gap over here and then it goes into the black barriers. Just as it ends, that's where you should do your turn. Or slightly before that, skip the early apex, so skip this, try and get onto the late apex over here, and you can see perfectly, if you're able to hit that, the next corner becomes a straight line. So you get rid of this zigzag. Yeah?
Okay.
Very, very small thing again. But these are the few tenths that we're looking for, yeah? That you can try and find. What will happen is, coming to the breaking point over here, and again, this is one of those corners where if you come in too fast, it'll kill the exit. If you brake too much, that can kill the exits. It's about being on the limit. The way I would do it is just going back to your track map again. Always have to look at the bigger picture. It's a very tight hairpin turn. So again, you want to try and overshoot this corner sharp, late turn in, late apex. Sharp late turn in, late apex. Stay on the left-hand side of the track. Try and target this part of the corner. Skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, hit a late apex over there. Just go back to over here. So we go back to the video. Talk me through the braking for this corner.
Well, I start to brake around a bit after the small turn. That's
this curb over here, right?
I try to brake around here.
Around here. Okay. Okay, interesting. And you're going in for a middle apex, I see.
I try to put the tire in the dip.
Yeah, in the dip over there. Yeah, that's it. 1 sec, rewind. So what I would recommend, you can try, experiment. There we go. If you can try to be more on the right-hand side of the track, right? So you're sacrificing a bit of time by going to the outside, but then you can cut back to the inside easier, right? Wider you make the corner, the easier it is to execute a late apex. That's something you can try. What you're doing at the moment is you're immediately going directly to the middle of the track, yeah? Sacrifice a bit of time on entry so you can get the best possible exit. Stay on the right, delay the turn in, skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, continue targeting the dip though, because at the late apex, just about here, then you want to drive off this, get into the dip, accelerate out the corner. Looks good though, looks very, very good. Into the fast right, the final 2 corners, or the final 3 corners, fast left, And that's all flat out, right? These are just...
No, you have to lift for this corner, the one that's in front. And depending on your speed, you can either just lift for the second to last one, so the one with the tree, or you can tap the brake to slow down a bit before turning.
Looks like, yeah. What I would recommend, so it goes back to this corner over here. See, you're braking here anyway. So what's happening is you're losing your speed, you're slowing the cart down, and as you get onto the accelerator, out of the corner, you're building up the revs now, right?
Yeah.
So keep the revs high, and if you can't make the corner obviously flat out, lift. I'd recommend you lift, have a nice and wide entry like you're doing over here, wide entry. It's quite a tight corner, you're right. Are you currently braking for the first one?
In this on this lap, I don't know. I'm just lifting.
You're just lifting. Cool. Continue with that. Initiate the turn-in over there. See, you're putting in beautiful late apex, staying on the right or middle part of the track. Flick the cart to the left. Yeah. Do you feel you have to lift for this corner, the left?
If you don't lift, you can't take it.
You can't take it. Okay. So to make this easier for you, what I would recommend, similar to the previous turn, as opposed to going directly to the corner, stay more to the right. Yeah, use the white line as a reference. So what you want to do is even more to the right. Yeah, you see this bit of a patch on the right? Wider you can enter this corner, the less you'll have to lift, less you have to brake, the quicker you can get back onto the gas as well. Again, target, late apex, in the dip maybe as well. Carry that speed out the corner. Final corner, you're doing absolutely fine. Right up to the black barrier. Placement of the cart now. Taking the shortest route possible.
Yes.
That is excellent. All these things matter.
Those kind of smallish turns on the kind of straights are very good reference points. I find to go straight.
Absolutely, absolutely. And you'll find there's a flow to it after. And that should get you, I think, a low 44. These tiny adjustments, just delaying your turn in a little, being a bit more patient with the gas, with the throttle. I reckon you can lower the timing. When are you planning to go next?
I don't know exactly, but I'm definitely gonna go into the few weeks.
2 weeks, yeah.
At least in 2 weeks.
Try and get some footage as well when you go that time. I'd be fascinated to see how you do. And really, it looks like a fun track. This
it is.
Was there anything else you wanted to help with?
No, not this week. Next week, I'm probably gonna post footage of another track.
Of another track, super. Yeah, that's excellent then. Hope to catch you in one of the sessions then. It's been a pleasure.
The same.
Let's stay in touch, and hope to have you in the next session.
I hope to.
Take care.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, guys. We are down to the last couple of bits of footage. Jeremy, what's up, Jeremy? Jeremy, can you hear us? Can you hear us, Jeremy? Awesome. Jeremy, did you submit some footage, or did you want to go over a particular track?
Yeah.
You joined last week, right? I remember we chatted last week.
Yeah.
Let me just try and think back. Was it Sandown Park?
Yeah.
Amazing. What we can do, we're going to just finish off with Zubair. Zubair has a few questions. After that, we can hopefully do a quick rundown on Sandown Park.
Yeah. Do something in the time when you're talking to them.
Sorry?
Yeah, that's fine.
Awesome. And Andre, do you have any questions as well? Do you want to ask, or you just spectating?
Well, for the most part, I came here to review other people's footage. I think I gain a lot of knowledge from listening to what you're saying. I'm actually editing a footage of mine right now, so if I manage to finish it on time and upload it on YouTube, we can also go over that, but
Sure.
we don't have to.
No. It'd be well worth it if you got that. Let's head over to Zubair. Zubair, I know you had some questions. I told you to log on as well. Thank you for joining. Where are you joining us from, Zubair?
I'm joining from Turkey.
Amazing. Istanbul?
Yes.
You know, I'm taking flights through Turkish Airlines, and they always do a stopover in Istanbul. And they offer very good amenities. You know, they give you a free hotel. They're trying to promote the tourism there. So next time, I wanted to see the karting scene there. Maybe you have some recommendations for tracks. And what's your local track?
Our local track is Tuzla.
Tuzla, that's it. Yeah, there's another driver on here, Umut. I don't know if you know Umut. He also drives at Tuzla.
Umut. I heard him.
Yeah, I think if you see him, but he wears a white race suit, Sparko suit. You might know him. How long have you been in karting for? Or doing karting?
I'm doing karting for like a year, but I started to racing in the league just new.
Okay.
Yeah.
You started with, I guess, the 4-stroke karts. Have you ever done any 2-stroke karts?
Not a pro kart, it's a rental kart series.
Rental kart series, excellent. So you've done practice in that. You've done a championship in rental karts or competition in rental karts?
It's a league, like.
It's a league, yeah. How many rounds is it? One every month?
It's they have a calendar, and it's a 7 races.
7 races, okay.
Yeah, 7 races.
What you'll find is rental car competitions are where you learn, all the basic skills from, overtaking to defending, dealing with pressure, dealing with different karts. We were discussing with some guys earlier today that you'll have a slow kart in some races, you'll have a fast kart in some races. But all these different things you learn in rental car competitions. It's basically arrive and race. When you make the transition to pro karts, which is ultimately where the World Championship events happen, where the sponsors are, where the scouts are, there's different teams there. That's where the foundation you have from rentals should be there. But then as a driver, you go to the next level. Physically as well, you're in much better shape. To drive those karts at a top level, you got to be physically fit. You also got to keep a budget for your races. Now, it's a lot more expensive than rental karting when it comes to 2-strokes.
Yes.
Because,
I realized that.
Yeah, because just to get started, you need to buy a kart, and on top of that, you need to buy accessories. So you need a kart trolley, you need spare sets of tires, you need tools which are constantly used. If you don't know the mechanic side of the car, you might have to even hire a mechanic who can, help you with that. Because remember, I always say pro karting is like a mini version of F1, where you have a team around you. You have a driver, you'll have a mechanic normally. You might have somebody there in terms of coaching or support, and it's really the next level. So your seriousness, the time, the money you invest in it is relatable to that. What are some of the options you have in Turkey? I know they have a national league for two-stroke karts.
We have a national league, but to get started, you need to have your own kart.
Okay.
And it's in here, it's inflation is a really high level, so
yeah,
like it's really expensive.
Cost is a big factor. Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
I'll be honest. All around the world, if you want to buy a brand new kart with a Rotax engine, let's say, let's do the conversion, 50,000 QAR to USD. It's like $13,000. $10,000 to $13,000 just to buy a brand new kart with a chassis and Rotax engine. Now, Rotax, for example, is one of the top engine suppliers in the world. Where whenever a championship happens, you can buy a chassis, which is Birel. This is a popular one. Tony Kart or OTK, Kart Republic. These are all different chassis manufacturers, but the engine is made by Rotax and it's sealed by your federation. So Turkey has a federation. Middle East, let's say UAE has a federation. And that means the engines are same performance. Nobody can tamper with them, especially when it's sealed. The chassis, there's really minor advantages. It's more about the driving style of the driver. So OTK Tony Kart is a very flexible chassis, so you can ride a lot of curbs, and it's quite strong as well. Others aren't so much. So it's preference, but before you get started in two-stroke karts, you've got to allocate a budget. Otherwise, you can't survive. You might do one round, and then if you run out of budget, you can't compete, or the other guys in the championship will just outperform you because they got the funds for new tires, new parts, things like that. So the unfortunate reality is, you've got to have some kind of budget if you want to progress. Otherwise, you're limited to arrive and race style championships, which are rental championships. Those are the most affordable.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And the thing is, talented people, who do very well in rental car championships, some of them get sponsored. I'll be honest, sponsors is difficult to get because it's all about networking. It's about knowing the right people. Even if you're the best driver in the world, it's really about what's in it for the sponsor. Yeah, they can give you lots of money to go racing, but then what are they getting in return and things like that. A lot of people who have got sponsored, for example, and lots of F1 drivers, they do it through family connections. They'll know so and so who is a business owner, and because they have that personal connection, that business is willing to support them because it's out of goodwill. And that's something, if you're looking into, you've got to look around your network. Who do you know? Which friends do you have? Would anyone be willing to give you a budget to go racing? What can you give them in return? Things like hospitality, putting their logos on your kart, their branding on your tent. Those are all obvious things that you can promote, and that's what they do in F1, for example. If you look at Red Bull Racing, excuse me, they'll have a very nice paddock area, and those seats are allocated for sponsors. So they'll have a nice dining experience. They'll give them nice food, nice view of the racetrack. They'll have all their logos there of that company. So that's what they're giving in return for a sponsorship. So you got to establish a plan about that.
Okay, I see. I had a sponsor, but not in the karting, like it's a STEM competition. In here, it's like more easier than I had some. Maybe I will find it.
Yeah, as I said, in your own network, you will know people, friends of friend, or somebody who previously may have supported you. And if you can come up with a comprehensive plan, this is the most important thing, show action. Why not, form a nice relationship, and they might be willing to give you some budget to go racing for a season.
Okay, I see.
Was there anything else?
No, thank you.
Feel free to ask any questions. Again, you can put it in the academy group. You can come on the calls and ask as well. But those are really the key points I wanted to discuss with you, because motor racing or kart racing in the professional category 2 strokes does get expensive, and that's where you need the budget for.
Okay, yeah.
Hope you found that useful.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
No problem.
Omar, what is a good budget? Like, what do you think would cost somebody to go to 2 strokes for a year?
For 2 strokes, yeah. Look, you're looking at, let me do the conversion. A full season, to be competitive, have all your travel costs in there, have all your kart costs in there. Let's say 250,000. So you're looking at $70,000. Yeah, just for a season. Right. And that's on the safe side. I know people in kart teams who do double that. They do $140,000. But really, it's it is a business at the end of the day, for kart teams, because there's wealthy people with lots of money. They come with their kids and they say, I want my son to be a racing driver. So let's say the kid is, 5 years old, 6 years old. They've got all those years to work with the kid. Of course, they're developing talent, they're nurturing them, but every season they're taking a big fee from them. So what they'll do, if you're 5 years old, you'll be in the micro category, if this is Road Tax Championship. Then once you're 8 years old, you go into mini. Once you're 12 years old, you then go to junior. When you're 15 years old, you go into senior. So that's like 4 different categories that these kart teams can run them through. By the time you do junior or senior, you're more or less ready for formula racing. So you're making the transition to single seaters, and single seaters, that starts in the millions. If you want to do a season, well, you really do need some solid sponsors. But the idea is you build up that reputation for yourself as a driver through karting, and then people are willing to say, I'd sponsor this guy for Formula 4, for example.
Got it. Thank you for the figures.
No worries at all. Let's finish off with Jeremy then. Jeremy, you still there?
I'm still there.
Amazing, amazing. So Jeremy, Sandown Park is your local track. When was the last time you went there?
Maybe two months ago.
2 months ago, okay. Did you go with any friends or you went by yourself? How was it?
Just went by myself.
Awesome. How did you find the track?
It's a good track. I like it.
When you drove it, was it in the dry? Was it in the wet?
Dry.
Dry, okay. Which month was it in?
Wait. I think it was April.
Is it April? Yeah.
April, March.
Excellent. So springtime, the weather's getting decent again.
Yep.
Reason I'm asking is I was there in summer last year in July, and it was very, very pleasant. I say pleasant weather, but that day it'd been raining and then it dried up. I'm just going to share my screen with you, actually. Entire screen share. So what we got is some footage in the background. Me in kart number 8. And we're on a drying track. Now, this is right at the end of the session. You can see the sky. It's clearing up ever so slightly. Still got lots of clouds around. In terms of the racing line now, it's different. The wet line, there's a different line you drive on. The dry line, there's a different line you drive on. This session itself was quite congested. There were drivers of all different abilities, some regular drivers, some drivers doing it for the first time. So you'll see different overtakes like this, for example. I want to try and skip ahead to a clean lap to try and take you through. It looks like we probably get it over here. What do you remember of the last race? About the track layout itself. Do you remember how the corners go and things?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've been there quite a lot, so...
Excellent. So I guess this footage as well gives you a clearer understanding as well, right? Turn one. Turn one is a fast right-hander. The main thing I learned with turn one, especially as the track was drying, you have to use all of the track until basically the white line. Make it as wide as possible. You want to take this corner flat out. So I'm just going to review my footage over here. Yeah, absolutely flat out through there. Are you braking for turn one, or are you lifting off the gas for turn one? How are you?
Flat out.
Flat out, excellent. The second thing I wanted to show you was track map. And let's just quickly put Sandown Park Daytona. There we go. So what you got over here is turn one. And turn one is a long right-hander. Yeah. In terms of the apex is obviously the inside edge of the corner. And you have the early apex, which is the beginning. Middle apex is at the middle. Ideally, you want to hit a mid to late apex for the first corner. So basically where I've circled, that's where your tire should be. So the tire needs to be entering it nice and wide, skip the early apex, come close to the middle apex. I wouldn't even say that. I'd say overshoot even the middle apex and hit the late part of the corner and hug the inside curb. So what we're doing is getting the best possible exit, heading down to the short straight before the second hairpin turn. Well, what do you notice about the track layout in terms of the different corners? Is there a trend you see?
Mostly hairpins.
Exactly. Mostly hairpin corners. And when it comes to hairpin corners, it's all about getting the best possible exit speed. So we drive turn one in a way to get the best possible exit out here. We're going to drive turn two so we can get the best possible exit out there. We drive turn three to get the best possible exit up the straight. Now, before we go ahead, look at my steering wheel. What you'll notice, I'm trying to put barely any steering input. This is a wet track, so it's slightly skewed. I'm actually having to put quite a bit of rotation. On a dry track, when there's more grip, there's no dampness on the track. This steering wheel should be as neutral as possible. Keep it in the middle. As we said, hit a late apex, come out wide. And again, what's the trend over here? We're using the full width of the track. The white line at Sandown dictates the track limits. So use all of it. Try and widen it up as much as possible. Why do you think we're widening up the corners or using all of the track?
So it's like a bigger angle for the next corner.
Yeah. So you're set up easier to take the next corner. It's also to carry that momentum. What happens is we're driving at high speeds through these corners. It's a very fast track, right? Fast flowing corners. The moment you limit yourself, let's say we're coming through this fast right-hander and we just stay in the middle of the track or we start going towards the right, you're going to turn the steering wheel more and that momentum which you're trying to build up gets limited, right? So always think of the white lines, as your exit point, your entry point and the exit point. Those are the limits of the track. Use all of it. You're paying for the track, so use it. That's what somebody said. Second hairpin now. Are you braking for this corner?
Yes.
What are you using as a reference for braking? Is it on feeling, or is it a certain location on the track?
So do you see the changing tarmac on the track?
Yes.
Yeah.
About here, right?
That's why I brake.
Super. So it's quite a late break. Yeah, again, it's a bit skewed on this lap in terms of the line because it's wet/damp. I would brake at a very similar point. You can see I'm applying high amount of pressure, trying to get the kart rotated. And again, I'm trying to go for a late apex. So skip the middle apex, or skip the early, skip the middle. And, try and get as close to this white line, if not the curb, as possible on the right. What you're trying to do by taking a late apex is setting yourself up for turn 3. Yeah. So what happens over here? Skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, hit the late apex, and boom. Now our entry is on the right-hand side to take turn 3. Yeah. Talk to me about turn 3. Are you braking? Are you lifting? What are you doing for turn 3?
I just do like a small tap on the brakes.
Tap on the brakes. Interesting. That is probably the best way to go. So sometimes when there's a lot of grip laid on the track, you can get away with an early lift. So as the corner ends and transitions into turn 3, the hairpin, you can lift early, aggressive steering to the left, lean your body out, lean your body away from the corner, and get to the curb. A small tap of the brakes, that's what I did in this case, because there was also less grip, helps me with rotation, and I'm able to get onto this curb. So you see at least 2 tires on the curb. Were you riding the curb when you went there last?
No.
Okay, so it's going to feel a bit awkward at first, like, oh, should I be going over this? Is this correct? But this actually has grip on it, and it can actually boost you out the corner. So you can see pretty much for the entirety of it. Let's just quickly go through the corner again. Delete this. Oops. Bring it back to the entry of the corner. Over here. So right onto the curb at the entry, staying on it, and then boosting out the corner. Again, white line is your friend. Use all of the track until the outside there. Coming up to the more tricky part of the track, now you're building up speed. And these are, crucial hairpin turns. What happens is it starts winding to the left, and then it's a sharp left. Where are you sort of braking for this hairpin? Is there any reference?
So again, the tarmac changed, but maybe like 2 or 3 car lengths after that.
Gotcha. Were you struggling on this corner particularly?
Yeah, sometimes.
What would happen?
I would either ride the curb going too wide.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'll just lose speed.
Gotcha. Yeah. No, I totally know what you mean. When I did the first few laps here, exact same thing happened to me. But what you got to do is zoom out. You've got to look at the overall picture. And essentially, it's a typical double hairpin sequence. Now, what happens is, as you exit the third corner, you're carrying loads of speed to the first hairpin, right? And as you said, as the tarmac changes, press the brakes hard, slow the kart down. So what happens as you brake at this point, the revs, the momentum goes low. Take control of the kart. What I like to do is a hairpin, always go for late apex. Skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, hit a late apex. Now, we're away from the outside part of the track. We said we don't want to go too wide over here, so we're avoiding that by doing a late apex. Remember, because you were braking over here, you're still building up speed. So that speed is still quite low by the time you exit the first hairpin. And you can afford to stay in the middle of the track and not veer off too wide, again, to the left. So to show you practically what that is, delete this, delete. Tarmac changes, hit the brakes early. You can see I'm hard on the brakes. I'm going to delay my turn in. This time, there's not much grip on the track, so having to go quite aggressive on the steering, trying to aim for a late apex. So you see we're ignoring this part of the track. Don't get tempted to go wide. Stay nice and tight. Again, onto the curb. Were you using a bit of the curb last time you went?
It didn't feel right, so no, I didn't.
Yes. No, I get what you mean. Sometimes it's about the angle that you take it at. See here, I'm not using too much curb, but I am going right until the limit. And as I take a late apex, I'm still building up my speed. What I don't do is what this guy's done. From the middle, he's gone to the left, and he's trying to open up the angle for the corner. But remember, our speed is so low anyway. Over here, there's no need to do that. And what you'll see, the difference between the two lines, I stay in the middle, he goes to the left. So what he's done is wasting meters going out. And by the time he comes in and I'm staying in the middle, boom, the gap closes. I'm pretty much on his bumper by the time you get to the apex. And that puts into perspective, he's still done a late apex. How much time you lose at low speed, right? By going wide, zigzagging, going left, then going right. Narrow the line. What sort of line were you taking here last time? At the exit of the so basically what were you doing at the exit of this corner? Where were you positioning the car?
I was like in the middle, then as close as to the right as I can.
Awesome. I say the middle is good. Sometimes when you're too far right, it compromises the angle of the corner. Great way to experiment, or a great way to have a reference is this black line in the middle. It splits the track in half. So it's a good way to keep tabs if you're in the middle or not. Again, what I like to do is ride this curb all the way. Were you riding the inside curb for the right-hander?
No.
Ride this curb. It has grip on it. Again, not too much, but at least halfway as you get back to the end of the lap. We get our lap disrupted by yellow flags there. So this is the very next lap. There we go. Late apex. Middle of the track on entry. Hook the kart to the right. Sometimes, see this in this case, I didn't use all of the curb. I'm actually just going to the limit of it. But more importantly, what do you notice?
Close to the white line.
Exactly. White line is your friend. Go to your friend. Use all of the track. Keep that momentum high. Final 1, 2, 3 corners coming up. What was your experience like through the first right?
I think it was pretty fine mostly.
Okay, so where were you braking for this first corner? You remember?
I think at the tarmac change, yeah, that there.
About here?
No,
just above. Yeah.
Yeah, around about there, I think.
Super. Yeah, that's one good thing about this track. You got a lot of that tarmac change. What happens is it's a really nice corner. I really enjoy this one because it sort of goes downhill as you turn to the right. What I'm doing is braking a bit early. You'll notice I'm on the brakes already just before the tarmac change, sacrificing a bit of time on entry. So slow the kart down, get the braking done, get the rotation in the kart. So I'm braking now, and then I'm back on accelerator. So you see, before the apex of the corner, I'm already on gas. So now, as I apply the gas, bit of counter steering. What you'll notice is a late apex for the first. And it's interesting as we exit. What were you doing on exit?
I think it was around middle, then as close as the left.
Super, super. That is generally what you want to do. When you hit a late apex over here, coming into a winding left. And remember, our speed is low over here. So there's no point zigzagging and doing that. No. Hit your late apex, come to the middle of the track, stay in the middle of the track. If not, hug the fast left. So let's just get rid of these spots. As you said, you stayed in the middle, if not to the left. And now I'm going to hug the left all the way, the fast left. Let's see how much curb I use. I'm actually staying right until the entry part of the curve. Trying to hit the late part of the corner. And what that does, by hugging the curb on the left, our entry for the final corner is wide. Yep, we're not on the right-hand side of the track. We've set ourselves up perfectly. What were you doing? Where were you braking for the final corner?
Tarmac change.
Tarmac change. That's it. Super. I'm happy that you've identified a trend. Boom. Right on the tarmac change. And it's interesting. I was doing pretty much the same thing there. What you'll find, especially when it's wet, the tarmac change on the darker surface actually has more grip. So that's also why in this wet to dry race, boom, I'm hitting the brakes on the tarmac. I'm getting more grip here. More importantly, very wide entry. Stay at the outside. Tap of the brakes. I'm getting the braking done nice and early in the corner. Getting rotation on the kart. You can see my steering wheel. It's a bit damp, so I'm having to put excess steering angle in. But skip the early apex. Don't hit this. Stay away from it. Maybe get onto a middle, if not late apex, because we got that long straight in front of us and we want to get the best possible acceleration to go onto the straight. So flip into the floor. Again, white line is your friend. Use all of the track. Have you ever gone over this curb on the outside?
Yeah, it's not a good idea.
Not a good idea. I learned the hard way. So keep it within track limits over here. White line is about the limit. And then, yeah, head down. A bit of human DRS as well across the line. Any specific corners that you wanted to go over again?
I think it was the third one.
All right. So third one is it this corner?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just go back to that real quick. So mainly, what was your issue with that?
I think I noticed throughout the race I was losing a lot of time there because when I was battling with people, they always used to like catch up with me on that bit.
Yeah. I remember this bit. This was actually one of my favorite bits. I was focusing on getting the best possible exit. What I'm doing here is a combination of either a lift or a brake. I think on this lap, tap of the brake, get that rotation. Yeah, that's it. So what I'm doing here again, setting myself up, number one, the entry to be nice and wide, make the angle of the corner as wide as possible. And as I straighten up the kart, you see now it's a very brief straight that we got. As I straighten up the kart, I'm preparing to brake already. And what it is, it's a hard brake, harder but short brake. So watch my foot. Boom. I've laid the pressure down already on the brake. Foot down on the brakes. As I turn to the left, watch this. I'm braking and I'm turning. But watch my steering wheel. It's a left-hand corner. Yep, I'm turning left. As I put more brake pressure now, hard on the brakes, yeah. Look what happens mid-corner, boom. my steering wheel has gone from left to neutral. That's because I'm using the brakes to turn the kart. The harder you press the brakes, the more it's going to lock the rears, because the brakes are only located at the rears in a kart. And what happens is this neutral steering position, because I'm maintaining it. And if anything, it's a slight bit of counter steering that I'm doing. But more importantly, keeping the wheel as neutral as possible. Additionally, whilst doing all of that, so hitting the brakes hard, getting rotation in the kart, it's so important because you're trying to get to this curb at the inside. Yeah. You have to try and ride that curb. That is, the magic. That's the sweet spot here. Get onto that curb there. And actually, that wasn't a good demonstration. I didn't take as much curb there. Let's maybe check this lap round over here. This was a bit better. Get nice and wide. Cut to the inside. At least a couple of wheels on the curb. Let's check another lap. Just over here. Understeer now. The track is damp there. That's not a good example. This is the one. Yeah, this is a very nice example. So here, I've hit the brakes hard. Again, get rotation in the kart. I'm really committed on the curb now. Half of the kart pretty much over the curb. And what I'm doing on exit, more crucially, is using all of the track. Yeah? So you're maximizing the exit. Is that clear?
Yeah, so where would you say you braked on that turn?
It's all on feeling, but I'm trying to brake as late as possible, you'll see. No, actually, no. It's not as late as possible. Late would mean I'm braking here. Based on this, I'm braking moderate to early. So a good reference would be watch on the right side. So what happens is, you've got to be aware of this. You see how the road is weaving to the right? There's a bend.
Oh, yeah.
So eventually that's going to straighten up. Bending to the right, boom. Now it's straightened up. You see, it's a straight line.
Oh, yeah.
A split second after that straight line. So I've straightened up now, boom. Now hit the brakes. So it's half a second to a second as you straighten up there. It's really all on feeling. There's no clear references on either side. It's just the natural curve of the layout. As it ends, brief straight, hit the brakes. Again, hard, high amount of pressure. Get that rear end to rotate. Use the brakes to rotate the car and get onto the curb. That's the most important thing. Try and get half the car into that. What that will do is slingshot you out the corner. It gives you a big boost to use all of the track width on the exit.
Okay.
Any other questions for this track?
So do I lean my body to the outside for every corner, or is it just some?
Yeah, I didn't even mention that for this, especially for a corner like this. Generally, you want to lean out. Avoid leaning in. Have you tried leaning in some of the corners?
Yeah, I tried leaning outside of every corner.
Excellent. Keep that up. What you're doing is you're trying to rotate the car closer to the curb by leaning your body to the right over here. Then you're loading the outside tires with grip, right? And that is essentially, combining hard brake and leaning out is why my steering wheel is as neutral as it is, because I'm using the body weight and the brakes to get the rotation done. The more you turn the steering wheel, slower you're going to drive. So just try and keep a neutral steering at all times. Body weight and brakes really helps with that. Any other questions?
No, I think that's it. Thanks.
No, that's solid. Really happy that you joined the call today, and you had a lot of questions as well, because that's the most important thing. Next time you go to the track, try and implement some of these things, especially turn 3. I think you can really try and get the hang of turn 3. What was your timing again? Do you remember?
53 seconds.
53 flat?
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, 53 flat. 52. You can get it 52. I'm sure if you can sort out turn 2, and you're doing the rest of the track as we explained, that can be the game changer. When are you planning to go next?
It's either going to be next 2 weeks or in like a month or 2.
Excellent. Well, keep me posted. As I said, try and get one of the Daytona cameras if you don't have your own. Would love to see some of your footage, and we can review it as well in a future session.
Yeah, okay.
Take care, Jeremy.
All right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Good night. All right, guys, it's we're getting ready to wind up now. We've got Andre. Andre, do you manage to edit your video?
I did, actually. I'm not sure if you have any more time for it. We can also go over it next week. Up to you.
How are you for timing?
Myself, I'm very good for timing. It's up to you.
What's the track name?
So the track name is VMAX.
Vima.
I muted myself, sorry. It's VMAX. Let me send you a link
sure.
Because this is going to give you the track layout as well. So what's special about this, I missed the middle of your session, but all of the videos that you reviewed were outdoor tracks. This is an indoor track, and this is electric parts.
VMAX. We got to take a look at this. So obviously, if I go on Google, there's going to be no overhead.
Yeah, no overhead because it's indoor, and also all the cars are electric. But I sent you in the in-call message, I sent you a link for VMAX. And they have a map there.
Yeah, amazing. What I want to do is, do you have some footage of your own then?
Yeah. So actually, fun fact, I went to a competition today, and I dropped from 2nd place to 4th, which was annoying.
Amazing.
But I do have the qualifying, and I do have half of the race up until my camera gave up and stopped recording.
Super.
So I'm going to paste the links here as well. This is my quali lap, and this is the rest of the race. The only one I'm interested in is the quali lap. I think this track is particularly hard to overtake. Mm-hmm. So whoever qualifies first usually wins the race, unless you make mistakes like I did. But
interesting. It's one of those. Let's go ahead and just share it. So what was the timing in the race?
So you can also see them in the. So what's interesting here is that you're having there we go. It's a 360.
Wow, this is a 360. That is amazing.
Yeah, so it's a 360 camera. How did you zoom out? I couldn't zoom out.
I'm just using my mouse. Zoom out on the mouse.
Okay.
This is amazing.
So I'm sorry about the lack of stabilization.
No, it's all good.
So laps are in the description of the video. You can see my times as well. But let me read them back to you. Do you have them there? There you go. So I qualified 3rd. My lap time is 37.289. The guy who was in 1st place was 36.879. So not a big difference. And the track record is like 35.8 or something like that, like the all-time best.
Okay.
Has sectors, sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3. And
that is very insightful. I really like to see stuff like this. The thing is, you can tell overall where time is lost. Mainly sector 1 compared to the top guy, and sector 2, there's really not much in it. If it's 1/100th of a second, there's not much there. Sector 3 as well, it's just less than a 10th.
So another thing that might be useful for you to know is that these cars have a boost button on the steering wheel.
Wow, that's excellent.
And you have 6 seconds of boost, so you have to use it wisely.
Okay.
So usually this is my first boost on the main straight.
Yeah.
Then this is where I'm probably using most time, this windy section. I never know how to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's a half hairpin, and then it goes on the next. So this is elevation, goes up in elevation, and then goes down in elevation. This is my second boost for 1 second. Have this, and then this is my third boost.
Wow, this looks like a painful track, meaning physically you must be quite sore, no?
Oh yeah, I'm super sore. Like the reason I lost the race was in the very last lap. I was so tired, and two guys overtook me, and I dropped from second to fourth in like the last 30 seconds of the race.
Oh no. How many laps was that race?
20.
20 laps. Yeah, that's going to be physical.
Yeah.
Let's go through the lap, because this looks very fascinating. I mean, just by looking at the first sector. Do you know where the splits are? So where does sector 1 end?
Yeah. So the sector 1 ends right in the middle of the turn after you go up.
Oh, okay. So this is all sector 1.
And then you go up, and then if you pause a bit, you see there is a monitor on the right. You just passed it. On the right, there is a monitor. It's black, but you can probably see. Just keep going. There you go. You see
this one,
that? Yeah, that's where sector 2 starts.
That's the split. Okay, that's very interesting, because it's a long sector. So trying to find out where you're losing time is going to be every corner. Let's take every corner as is.
Mm-hmm.
Overall, just open up your track map. It looks like the start finish on the website is a bit different. The track map. That's fine.
If you share that, I can show you where the differences are. I'm not sure why they made it like that.
This is the only track map, right?
Yeah. So the start finish line is not there. It's where you keep your cursor, or you used to keep your cursor there.
Over here, right?
That's where the start finish is. Yeah. And that's the direction.
Right into left, right, up the hill. Oh, up the bridge, sorry.
That's up here, and where you are right now is the end of sector 1.
End of sector 1, yeah. This is a typical, I know we can't tell on this map, but it's a typical chicane style corner where it's right, left, back into a right again. And it's all about keeping the momentum high here. What you don't want to do is enter this too quickly, stop, build up the speed, then go. Or go very quickly, slide, lose the speed somewhere. Generally, it looks like you got the line, which is something I'm happy about. At indoor tracks, you have to use all the tracks, especially when it's tight like this.
Mm-hmm.
So entering the first corner nice and wide. Where is the breaking point for this? It's on feeling that you're doing it?
It's mainly feeling. It's very hard to find a kind of like a point, but usually if I can tell you where, because I usually know if you just keep going a bit more about here. So
wow, yeah, quite late to the corner.
Yeah, I'm doing trail braking here and turning and braking same time.
Into the sharp right, back into the left, into the right. Yeah, okay.
And I'm missing the final apex there. I'm not sure if that's important.
Yeah, exactly. What I want you to try to do for this turn now, maybe use one of the, I don't know how clear it is to see the pillars when you drive. You see on the left side, these things stick out.
Yeah, I can probably focus on those. They don't really stick out, but I can probably look more into it, yeah.
Use one of those as a braking. Try to be quite, I like how you're quite deep into the corner, but what's happening is we're going quite early into the apex, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see how we're turning in, the red paint starts. Now you're hitting basically a middle apex over here.
Yeah.
What I'd rather you do is just delay that turn in ever so slightly so you can hit a later apex. The thinking behind taking a later apex is so you can stay more on the right-hand side of the track. Now,
okay. So be more patient here. So
all you got to do, wherever you're turning in now, delay that by half a second. The best way to do that, look in front. Keep looking at a light, keep looking at the poster, and delay, just train yourself. No, don't turn. Turn at the last moment so it becomes a sharp late turn-in, right?
Okay.
So what you want to do is skip the early apex, skip the middle apex, and have a rotation to hit a late apex over here. So what you want to do is be more on the right-hand side of the track, on exit, corner exit.
Okay.
When you have a wider, when you're on the right-hand side on corner exit, now the entry for the next corner is a lot wider. You can get onto the accelerator quicker. You have to turn less for this corner because the angle is less. And let's just fast forward now. What's happened is, look, you've come into the middle of the track now, and then it's a sharp turn to the right. So you can see at the bottom of the screen, you're having to turn more to the right.
You mean to the left?
Excuse me, into the left.
Yeah.
Into the double left. So it's a sharp left. So what you can do, being more on the right-hand side of the track, you can actually make this a straight line, right? So you almost skip out turning for the first left. That just becomes a very, shallow point. Barely turn your steering wheel to turn left because you're going to have a wider entry.
Yep.
And I would actually skip the first left, but prioritize the second left. And the second left has to be a late apex, just where the black pole is. You see, after the corner. What happens if you go too early, or if you go in the middle, you're going to exit the corner in the middle of the track. See how we're in the middle?
Yeah.
We want to be on the left-hand side of the track. Why do you think we should be on the left-hand side over here on this
Because after this double right, I have a straight.
Exactly. You're preparing to take, again, a wider entry for the right and carry that momentum all the way from the first corner with you over here. Now, what's happened is, if you just notice your apex point on this lap, it's a very good lap, but look at where you're apexing. So this is the first right. You're going early in the corner. And what happens when you hit an early apex, it throws you off for the rest of the corner.
Yeah, because what happens in this one, that's why I didn't hit it. On this one, I probably had understeer. Yeah, look at my steering wheel.
Yeah, look at your steering wheel, yeah.
But usually I have oversteer here. So I actually sometimes even hit the wall with my rear.
It's very tight, yeah?
Yeah.
What I recommend you do then, is this done with braking or lifting?
This is just modulating, like I'm not braking at all. Well, I'm braking before after the main straight, but during this setup, I'm not braking at all. I'm just like lifting and pressing and lifting and pressing, kind of like trying to keep it a bit constant.
Yeah. Gotcha. I want to see the speed.
That'll be hard. I don't have it.
No. Just generally, just looking at the footage, because of how much you can actually build up in that time. Yeah. What that requires, you can get away with a lift. And what you should do is quite an early lift. So as I said, if you took a slightly later apex to end up on this side of the track, very early lift. So a very brief lift. So it's off the gas, then slowly feed it back. What you don't want to do is on, off, on, off, on, off. No, it should be one motion. Off, and then slowly back on. If you go too fast in these electric cars, that's where the rear end snaps out on you. And then you might hit the rear into the wall there. So just modulate feed the power after you lift. So it's a wide entry, a brief lift, a very short lift. Slowly lay the power back down, control the car. Skip this part of the corner. You have no interest on this. Don't take the apex here. Hit the apex towards the end. Yep, late apex over here. And carry that speed now. You lay the power back down all the way to the outside. Now, one other thing. When you take a late apex, you're able to cut the distance to the exit. So what's happened here, you've taken an early apex, you're naturally going to go towards the orange barrier there.
Yeah.
The later you take the apex, the easier it is to cut the distance. Just like that, as opposed to going all the way around and then coming back. Yeah.
Right. But I mean, I have to stay on the left anyway after this, so I'm not really losing much by.
Of course, but what you want to do is from the apex of the corner. Let's just rewind a bit. From the apex. Oops. Cut the distance. Yeah. As opposed to going around and then go out wide, yeah?
I see. Okay.
Try and make it as straight as possible. Very, very small thing. It's these small differences that will get you closer to that ideal sector time.
Yep.
Coming up to the final part of sector 1 now. That was really nice. Up the bridge and into the left. So where are you braking for this turn?
Here, about just before, like, moving the steering wheel. So a bit later, but I'm not really braking. I'm just like slightly hitting it for like a moment.
Brake, yeah?
Just a tap, yeah.
Gotcha.
Just so I don't oversteer here. Like that's the main thing. I don't want to slide.
Yeah. What you've done here, you've done a slightly early turn in, but you've still, I mean, okay, this is 360 camera. So you've hit the first apex and you've hit the second apex. You've done the second apex a lot closer, which means you've done similar to a late apex. What you could try ever so slightly, because it's a hairpin turn, delay the turn in again. So continue in a straight line longer. And what you want to do is prioritize the exit. So don't turn too early like you're doing now. Delay that slightly. Skip the early apex. Skip the middle apex. And just as this corner sticks out, now hit this turn over here. Just like you're doing.
And where should my position be? Should I be like hit the apex or be like half a meter away from the apex?
As close as possible, just like you've done over here. Now what you want to do is this, right. You could fit a piece of paper there.
On the first apex as well, or just?
No, first apex, skip that. So what you're doing is you're overshooting. You're driving in a straight line. Overshoot, and then a sharp turn at the end. So skip this part.
I see.
The way you skip it is the tire should be away around the red and white. Should not go over it. See how you've gone over the red and white here?
Yeah.
Just stay around it. And then at this point, then go over it, just like you're doing over here. That's something to know.
Okay.
Boost up. Are you pressing the boost over here?
No, I'm pressing the boost on the way down.
On the way down. Okay. Let's just see your entry now. Is this flat? The double left?
This is a lift. So no brake here, but it's a lift. You know where I lift? And I'm not sure if I'm doing this right. It's flat in the first apex, but then I'm lifting just before getting into the second apex so I don't oversteer on the exit.
Ah, okay. No. I'd rather you do the opposite. Sacrifice time on entry to be fast on exit.
Okay.
What happens when you do this kind of thing, where you're constant and then at the end you have a dip and then you have to restart? It becomes like that. What I'd rather you do at the beginning, you have that mini dip and then you have a constant power like that. Yeah.
Okay.
As opposed to you're full, then you dip at the end and you have to build it back up. Yeah.
Right.
So sacrifice time early in the corner, but the line is very good, keeping it tight. And then on exit, using all of the track. This is excellent. This is very, very important.
Yep. And here I give my steering straight and then
the right thumb. You've hit the boost. Down the bridge, lots of speed. Excellent through the left and the right over there. Through the right, I think it's because you just had lots of speed. It's a very, very small thing. See how you've gone as close to the black barrier on the left?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe try and do the same on the right. You see this small gap that we've left over here. These are tiny things, but I wouldn't worry too much because compared to P1, you were only 1/100th of his timing. Yeah, in sector 2, which is where we're in now. So this could be something you could get closer to. Where does sector 2 end?
Sector 2, there's another monitor just after the next turn.
Okay. I like on exit, continue doing this using all of the track. Is this the monitor?
Yeah, that's the monitor.
Okay.
Actually, no, it's the one on the right. You just missed it. There was another one on the right.
Here, somewhere.
Yeah. Just keep going. You will see it. It's that one.
Oh, this one. Yeah. Yeah, so there you go. The fact that I think you're using your boost in the correct spot. And based on the sector timings, 2278, 266. So he's gaining 1/100th somewhere.
Keep in mind that maybe he's not using as much boost on the second sector and he's maybe using more on the first or something like that.
That's true as well. Yeah.
Going up is sector 1, but coming down is sector 2. And I'm losing a lot in sector 1.
That's true. Maybe he's boosting up the bridge. We don't know. Yeah, just close the gap over here. Use all of the track on exit. Now we're coming to the final part of the track. So into the fast right.
Also, the fast right is a hairpin. That's actually the most challenging one.
Oh yeah, these are hard combination of hairpin turns. I feel your pain. So the thing with these kinds of hairpin turns, you're carrying so much speed. Remember, you've gone flat out down the bridge, and now you're going to have to come to heavy braking. Where's the reference for braking here? Where are you braking for this corner?
Again, I don't really have a reference. That's the most of my references are just based on feeling, which is probably the wrong thing.
Feeling. Yeah, it's a good way to start, but really, I would use the pit lane exit. So you see how the red surface and then the black barrier starts. That's a good reference there. So as the surface sort of ends, I would start braking early there. Notice how you're turning in early. You're turning in early. You're trying to get rotation. And now mid-corner, look at how much steering angle you've got. You're almost 180. I believe that's because there's too much entry speed. So you're going beyond what the tires need, right? What I would recommend, slow it down on entry. Sacrifice a bit of time on entry with early brakes. Go deep into the corner. So you go in a straight line and target a late apex. Skip the early part. Skip the middle, and make sure your kart is hitting, almost hitting the barrier at the end over here. Yeah.
Okay.
And what you want to do by taking a late apex is, rather than ending up on the left-hand side of the track, you'll now be in the middle, right? And you can cut across the track. So from the middle, cut to the left, right? That's one thing, right? Clip it on the left like you're doing. Make the track as wide as possible here. Again, a blind braking point, because there's not much reference here. Just visually looking. Is this on feeling for you?
There's no braking here. This is just coast, lift and coast.
Lift and coast, wow.
Yeah.
And even the final corner?
Final corner, yeah, same.
It's also
I'm accelerating between them, but for the final corner, also just lift. So the only braking points are really the two that I mentioned. Actually, the three.
Yeah. Let's just see the line over here through the left. Yeah, it's good. It's a good line. You have very good understanding you got. The one thing is, I'm looking at how much steering angle you put in, right?
Okay.
So you're having to put excessive amount. What's on the left over here? What you need to do by taking a late apex is, at this point of the corner, actually straightening up the steering wheel. So very, very similar concept. As you head towards this corner, it's a double apex left. Skip the first part, so go a bit deep in the first part. Go around the left over here. You see we're quite close to the curb. Still go around it and try and take a later turn in to the left. Later you can turn in, the wider you can make this corner. And again, flick it to the right. See, it's a good effort that you've done. You had some traffic as well. This is the other thing. I know
that didn't really bother me because they were not on my line.
I know it doesn't directly affect you, but it's just, visually, it's just some distractions. Nonetheless, on exit, use all of the track over here. Yeah?
Oh, I stopped early. Okay. Yeah, sounds good.
All the way to the end, because you want to maximize the exit until the line. Let's just look at the sector times. 6:40.523. Yeah, you can get him. I think you just got to be. So if we go back to this corner, as sector 2 ends, slightly less aggressive on entry, so early on the brakes. Try to get the late apex to the right over here. stay on the right-hand side of the track, and then cut to the left. So you cut across, right to left, cut across, carry that speed with you. On entry to the first left, don't hit the apex, don't go over the red and white, skip that, skip the middle, and wrap around the late. Stay wide to the left, just as you're doing. Flick it to the right, open up the steering wheel. So you see mid-corner now, you want to immediately reposition the wheel back to neutral position, straight, and head out wide to the black barrier. Will hopefully be, that's 37.2. Then your best timing, 36.9. I reckon you can get 36.9. It's possible.
Okay.
It's possible. And he's getting 36.8. Yeah, well, that's next as well. What did you film this on? Insta?
Yeah, this is a Insta. I have it with me now. Insta360 X2.
Same. I've got the same camera. Yeah, I've got the same camera.
And it just shut off unexpectedly during the race, which was the most annoying thing.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
Really?
Yeah,
okay.
It's fully charged, full SD card. It just randomly does things, without any reason actually, which is quite frustrating. But with X2, I recommend use the studio software. There's the, and from there you can export the file as a MP4.
Yeah, and that is also going to stabilize it and everything. I just don't have the software yet. That's why I didn't.
Oh, you have the software. Yeah. Go for the software. The quality comes out pretty well, and I'm sure you can get some good footage. When is the next race for you?
Well, it depends. If I want to go all the way to Brasov, that's going to be next week. But that's 200 kilometers away from me, so I may or may not drive all the way there. We see.
That's a long way. 200 kilometers one way is a very long way.
And by the way, if you're curious, the second link is the start of the race. I don't think the rest of the race is interesting, but maybe the first lap would be interesting in terms of racecraft.
Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I forgot that there was a. Oh, it's 4 minutes because it cut off.
Yeah. So don't I wouldn't. Yeah, the entire thing was 12 minutes.
Wow, grid start. This is
grid start. Yeah.
Wow, this is amazing. Nice move into the first corner. Yep, that's 2, and I'm trying to see how the karts are compared to each other.
They're pretty similar to each other, actually.
You felt they were similar in this race?
Yeah, they are. Like I'm going there once or twice a week. They're very similar to each other.
That's excellent. I feel like your kart is quite understeery. I mean, look how much you're having to turn to the right over here.
Yeah, because it's the beginning of the race. Tires are cold.
Tires are cold. True, but let's see. Maybe you felt it warmed up.
Oh yeah, so after you warmed up, it's much better.
Okay. Excellent. What I really like is you made a decisive move into the first corner on the first lap. Let's just go back over here. This was crucial because the guy on the left actually had a better start. I don't know if he jumped the start or what.
I don't know. Yeah.
He's got the position, but you were aggressive. Elbows out over here. Dive on the inside. And shut the door. This was perfect. And now you just need to focus on kart 2. So what you've done is you're chasing him now. This gets close.
So there will be an overtake as well. I'm pushing him right now.
Yeah. This is a lot closer.
Yeah, I think his kart is very understeery.
And he's a heavy guy as well, I think.
Oh yeah, he's a heavy guy. That's why he's always losing on the way up. You will see that.
Yeah. Now you're pressuring him. You're putting pressure on him.
Yeah. I think this lap I'm going to overtake, or maybe the next one. But you see on the way up how much I gain.
Whoa! Look at that. Yeah.
On the straight line. And then maybe I'm not overtaking this lap. Maybe the next one. And again, sorry for the stabilization.
No, don't worry. No stress. You're right on his bumper. This is so physical. It's just lap after lap, corner after corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can feel
the guy was just trying to make a move on the inside.
Yeah. See, this is the thing because it disrupts the momentum.
Yeah. Yeah, I tried to take a later apex there and I opened the door. But
yeah.
And yeah, probably I'm not overtaking this lap either because, oh no, maybe I will.
You're close. Close enough? I don't know. Oh, what a boost. That's too much speed.
Yeah, I hit him there. That's why
you can hear the peak of the sound as well. Wow. Peaks out and then yeah, he's just in front of you there, so what are you thinking now? You've spent a few laps behind him.
Oh, I'm definitely going for it because
you're going for it, yeah.
Yeah, because usually here it's very hard to overtake, so I'm not even thinking about overtaking. But with this guy, because he was so slow on the way up, I'm thinking I have to overtake and I have to do it soon because the guy in the back is on my tail, so I can't really afford.
Yeah. And what's happened is the gap is found some pace. Looks like.
But yeah, probably mentally the guy in the back offset me, but
yeah, you're right. He's pressuring you. But look, you're sticking on the line now, and look what a difference it makes. What a difference!
And here I had a wider exit as well, so that's good.
Excellent! Look at that, beautiful.
He probably forgot to boost or something because
you gained so much.
And now I have a good entry here, so I'm going to gain a lot on the way up as usual. So now I can prepare the overtake.
Oh, what a move! Super.
And after this, I got very lucky because the guys in the back couldn't pass me. So I was on the second place for a very, very long time. And on the final lap, I just got overtaken.
It's the boost, I think, that makes the difference. Because here you're still behind, but boom, as you initiate the boost, and look at the angle that this corner is for you. It's so much tighter now. So you're really on the limit. Oh, and you kept out the barrier, which is very skillful.
Actually, fun fact that
he tries to fight back. Yeah, he didn't expect that. No, this is excellent. Very well defended. See what happens, especially when someone sends it down the inside. It's easy to lose confidence or concede. But look, you held your own. You covered it, and
that was good because he lost a lot over there. Like I also have back footage, and this is where I gained a lot.
Gotcha. And you basically held on to P2 until you got tired. Is that correct?
Yeah, I get up until the last lap. So there's gonna be another 10 minutes of this. Just lonely on the. Actually, I find some back markers. So the reason I got overtaken, I'm so sad I don't have that footage. I found the back marker. We can already see it already. I tried to get the inside, and he closed the door, and then the other guy overtook on the left, and then I got frustrated, and then another guy overtook, and it was just.
Yeah. Gotcha. That was really, really solid. Keep me posted on the next time you go. Try and get some more footage.
Yeah.
And those experiment if those So
I'll try those and I'll let you know.
I'm confident 37 is possible. Sorry, is it 36 or 37?
I want to get to 36. The track record is 35.
35?
35.5 is the track record.
I need to see that lap. There's not much. I mean, that's 2 seconds. Your line was very good, I have to say. So 2 seconds on that. They can't surely.
So
what I'm gonna sorry.
No, I was saying what I have is the guy who did 36.0 also posted on YouTube, so I have his footage.
Oh, he did. Okay, that'll be worth going through. Definitely, yeah. It's getting very late for me. It's about 2 a.m. now, so I'm gonna have to call it a wrap.
Yeah, it's been amazing. You call it a wrap, can you just explain to me about trail braking?
Yes.
You've used it a couple of times, but I don't understand it.
Yeah, trail braking, it's a technique where you're carrying brakes into the corner, and you're braking until the apex, right? So I need to get a track map up for you. Let me do that real quick. Maps. Let's go on maps real quick. Share screen. So this is my local track, and let's take this standard hairpin turn as an example. So what we're doing over here, approaching the corner at high speed, and then we got a typical hairpin.
Yeah.
Now, in a two-stroke kart, because you've got a lot more speed, you trail brake by initiating hard amount of braking into the corner. That's it. No, that is where we brake. That's the curb. So you start hard brakes in a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
As we turn now, let's say my pink is red, so that's the hard brake. It turns from yellow. So this is the trail off period, or bleed off, as I like to call it. So you're bleeding off the brakes as you turn in. Bleed, bleed, bleed. You're still bleeding off the brakes. And we've just hit the apex now. Let's put this in a blue line. Now I'm back on accelerator. Yeah. So pink is the hard brake, yellow is the bleed off, and blue is the gas. Notice how late the gas is.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas on threshold brake, which is what you use in low horsepower karts or slow karts, it's a hard braking period, quite short as well. So it's, I wouldn't even say so much. I'd say you can go a bit deeper into the corner, let's say about this much, and then you're immediately back onto gas, the blue. Because the moment you try to trail off or bleed off the brakes, you're losing that momentum in a four-stroke kart, because the power is just not there. In a two-stroke kart, you got the power available, so lap time is 1 under braking. As soon as you apply the gas where the blue is, you're shooting out the corner. In a rental car, four-stroke car, it's not like that. If you put the gas this late, it's going to take a lot of time to build up.
Okay.
Hope that's clear. Any other question, guys, before we wrap up?
No, I'm good.
Super.
No,
It's
good, but
a pleasure. It's been one of the longest sessions we've done, because we had so many drivers put footage, and we're going to keep these every week. Hopefully catch everyone next Sunday at the same time then. And if there's any changes, it'll be on the community page, on the Academy page. So stay tuned for that, guys.
Thank you for organizing this, Omar. A lot of good feedback for me and for others. I learned a lot from other videos too. So thank you very much.
It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure, guys. And thank you for joining. Thank you for joining, guys. Take care.
Yeah. Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.